rate and stuff. I'm trying to see.
I guess technically I could go there.
But I mean, you could get some interviews. I
I
mean,
have
we
to use this Wi-Fi. I couldn't.
you could get interviews with your camera.
No, it doesn't have Wi-Fi.
You mean to go live to be on our show?
Yeah.
Take the hotspot.
Well, how are you going to continue the stream? Like if I take the hotspot, the signal doesn't drop. At least it dropped on my phone. And so if I take the hotspot, I don't know if the laptop reaches. You don't reach that.
Try it.
All right. You can tell. See the signal when you're on the streamer.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you go back to the streamer, you'll see that you'll have the bars up there, and you can also tell on the laptop
Where?
right there, there'll be bars. So you'll see if the stream is still going. And then also you'll see on your laptop. So let me see if it drops. Let me know. Okay. And then I'll
I
come
don't
back.
see. I don't see what you're talking about.
Okay. So here, right here, will let you know there'll be bars.
Um, how
It'll
come I
show
don't
you
see no bars now?
because the stream is
It's strong.
yeah. But if I like take this and go,
So you didn't. We didn't get the church's password as backup. Why not?
I don't know. I don't even know who has it.
I'm sure Dr. Amos has it. Okay, go ahead. I'll text you if I start to get weak.
All right, let me try it. All right, I'm gonna take my phone. Maybe they will start it.
That's why I asked you
I
guys.
thought she said 12:30. I swear she said 12:30.
What am I trying to do? Oh, I'm trying to even sound.
Mm, all right, I need the stream on.
Wait. Oh, yeah, my favorite part.
Mic check.
Hopefully the sound can hear us.
1 2 1 2.
Okay, we in the building.
Mic check.
Hey, Chris, you wanna say something? See if the fam can hear
What's
us.
up, fam? Mic check 1 2. Put a one in the chat if y'all can hear us. Put a one in the chat if y'all can hear us. Let's make sure the audio is right. We live. We on the ground. Put a one in the chat. What's good? Make sure our audio is good. What's up? What's up? Mic check. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay.
Chris,
What up?
where we at, bro?
We are live at Third Baptist Church in San Francisco for the first historical, generational, transformational in-person hearing of the California Reparations Commission, live, as I said, at Third Baptist Church, San Francisco. Oh man, this is history. This is an amazing event. The crowd has been amazing. The public comment was amazing this morning. Shout out to everybody that called in for public comment. Shout out to everybody that was here for public comment. I got my good brother with me, Tony Harvey, California Black Media. Big shout out to California Black Media. Also, big shout out to Regina Wilson who called in for for public comment today
All right.
from California Black Media also. So yeah, brother, that's where we are.
Somebody give me some love. They said Chris sound like he's on the
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Yo, thank everybody also in the chat, everybody watching on YouTube, everybody that's pulling up, that's gonna watch it afterwards. Thank you for being a part of this history. Everybody here is a part of history, from from the people watching live to the people here in person. Again, this is the first in-person hearing. The task force for reparations in California has been meeting virtually since June or so of 2021, and all of the meetings have been on Zoom or Blue Jeans or whatever. And this is the first actual in person, and there's going to be many more in person hearings too. So, yeah.
So what are we looking for? Before we go on, before we start asking, because brother, I get deep. Let's give a man Tony some
Yes,
props on
sir.
the mic. Yeah,
Thank you,
man. So
thank
it's gonna be first time introducing yourself on our platform, brother.
you. Yes, Antonio Ray Harvey, better known as Tony Harvey, my nickname. California Black Media. Yes, been covering the reparation meetings from the inception. You're right, June 1st, 2021. But moving back, moving forward. Yeah, we are in the historical Fillmore district, and we are in the first in-person meeting. So yes, this is a historical, monumental, vintage type of situation. And yes, they had some good speakers this morning. So it's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be working with Iman, Iman the mass media, because that's where I get all my information. And as I was telling you, Kim, I watch hours and hours and hours, of the previous meetings, and that's the only place that I go. I don't even go to the DOJ website. No disrespect, but since these brothers and sisters be working so hard, right? We keep it community here. We keep it real. But yes, excellent. We do have what six six members from the 9 panel task force in presence here. I would think the other three would be participating virtually. But hey, it's real nice. Third Baptist Church, right here in the historic Fillmore district, which still is the Harlem of the West. And as one of the members here on the task force is the senior pastor of this church, Reverend Dr. Reverend Amos Brown. And we also had a chairperson here, Camila Moore.
And
Uh,
it's her birthday.
oh
It's
yes,
Camilla's
yes,
birthday.
yes, 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 yes. Chris did bring that to our attention before public comment. She just turned 30 today.
30 years old.
Okay. It seems like she done did a lot in these 30 years, doesn't it? I mean, she's an attorney. Okay, she's running for state senate.
Yep.
She's the chair of the task force. I mean,
Wow.
you have to give it up to her, no, but I have to give it up to all the six that are here, as well as the other three that's not in attendance. But I have to give it up to all, Dr. Grills, Senator Bradford, um, Professor Jovan Scott Lewis, Don Tamaki, And let's see, I did say grills. I said all six of them. I mean, have to give it up to all of them, for coming down and you know, letting us allow, letting us share, be a part of this experience because it is really really overwhelming if you ask me. Out, just to be in this church and this happening like this, but we're having a great time. We're part of history. So I'm gonna turn this over to Kim Mims and let her get a few words in.
Hey, hey. So do we know where the other three task force members are today?
That's a good question. Tony, I think you mentioned they might be participating virtually.
I believe they are.
I think that I'm not sure. So I think the other task members are participating virtually. At least one is, and the other six of out of the nine are here in person, as my good brother Tony Harvey said.
And that would be, I'm just saying, Assemblyman
Reggie Jones Sawyer,
and
Monica Montgomery Stepp.
Monica Montgomery Stepp,
Yep.
City Council down in San Diego.
Right.
And those two are not here.
And Lisa Holder is
Lisa Holder,
is the other. Right. Right.
But I would think that they are participating virtually.
Right on. As you can see right now, I don't know. So the crowd can't see this, but we up on the balcony right now. So the chair more is actually going back up to the stage now, getting set up as they getting ready to come back to the second half of today. By the way, as y'all know, every single California Reparations Commission hearing is a 2-day hearing from 9 a.m. to 5-ish p.m. every single day. And so this is day one. So tomorrow is day two. And so tomorrow, make sure you tune back in. And thank you, Tony, for giving love to the ETM Media family too, because the ETM Media family needs the love. They deserve the love. They are. Y'all have been historic in the way that y'all have been covering these events and bringing actual on the ground coverage in addition to and in conjunction with my good brother Tony Harvey here, who, like he said, has been a part of this process since day one. Big love to you, Tony. You are a part of the history that's documenting this. Your coverage is going to be what people I think read in their textbooks. Like, hey, this is actual. These are the actual stories, and these are the actual reports from the ground when this was actually happening. After we, of course, get our reparations. So, big love to you, Tony. Again, big love to Kim and Umoya and CO. Big love to you, CO. Shout out to the whole ETM Media family. Big love. Oh, before I forget, I want to make sure I say. I don't know if I got a flyer with me right now. You know what I'm saying? I got a flyer up there somewhere. We got a boom, bang, there we go. Bow, yeah, bow, like that. Ta-da, yeah, there you go. There you go. May 28th, Saturday, May 28th, Oakland, California Ballroom. Make sure you're there 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. We're having a community reparations listening session. We're going to have at most two California Reparations Commission members. Let me get that right because the DOJ might be listening. At most two, we've already spoken to and discussed it with Dr. Javon Scott Lewis, who says he plans to be in attendance also. So make sure you are there Saturday, May 28th. It's public, it's free, it's open. There's an Eventbrite right now up. You can check out the Eventbrite, sign up, let us know that you're coming on our Twitter, on our Facebook, on our Instagram. It's going up on our website today too. So make sure you are there Saturday, May 28th. Be there. And guess who I just talked to who was here today? Kelly Farish, who is one of the genealogists who testified last month. I actually invited her to the community listening session in May so she can talk to folks about how they trace their lineage. Yeah. So I gave her a flyer. Yep. Yeah, she's based here in the Bay Area. So I gave her a flyer too. So expect to have an actual trained, certified professional genealogist on site also to answer your questions about how do I trace my lineage? How do I demonstrate who I am as someone who was a descendant of someone who was enslaved in this country?
Find out what plantation you came from.
Right on. Right. Right. Pull up. Saturday, May 28th. Be there. And then also I want to plug too, Juneteenth weekend, let's call it. Juneteenth days, June 19th and June 20th in LA. We're having our second community reparations listening session in LA in Leimert Park. Stay tuned for more information, more details on that coming soon too. So first listening session from us, Saturday, May 28th. Second listening session from us, June 19th and June 20th in Leimert Park. And guess who us is? The Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, in conjunction with our amazing media partner, ETN Media. Big love also to California Black Media, who has been amazingly a part of everything that we have been doing. So yeah. Oh, I'll let you talk about Samuel Brown.
Oh yes. Who we Samuel Brown will be one of the speakers at the listening session.
Yes, we are. I don't know if we've invited him formally yet, but
And at
he
some
is on
point,
our list to invite.
hey, shout out to Samuel
I said his
Nathaniel
name.
Brown. He just finished a 24-year bid uh, in incarceration. He's coming out, but he was doing big work in the inside, but now he's on the outside. He's going to be doing a lot of things with us. And yes, we do expect him to be one of the task force reparation meeting. I know his name has came up in the reparation meetings already, so he's on record. He's been documented, but I can tell you so much about this brother. It would take a few days, but look for that name. He's on Facebook, Sam Nathaniel Brown, and he probably can give you a little bit more details about his situation. But he is so down to earth, and the reason why we are bringing him because he was one of the authors of ACA 3, involuntary servitude, which they're trying to eliminate off the California books, and he was one of the original authors, along with now Senator
Senator Sidney Kamala.
Kamlager, who was the assembly person when she did write it, and of course she done moved on to the Senate seat and stuff. But yeah, remember that name. I'm glad you brought that up because Chris and I and Sam, we're about to run a line of stories to tell about the work that we've been doing, and we are so happy that this man is out with us in our spirit. Welcome home, out in our spirit, in our presence, so we can do things for you. Because with me, it's a love, peace, solidarity thing. We just want to share with you. So, especially you ADOS people, I would love the knowledge that y'all bring, to these type of meetings. So, pay attention. We're coming at you, Samuel Nathaniel Brown. Thank you.
Yeah, big love to Samuel Brown. I want to reiterate what my brother said about my brother Samuel Brown. Samuel Brown is one of the original authors of, if not the original author of ACA 3, which is the Assembly Constitutional Amendment to end. We call it right, and we call it involuntary servitude, but that's just a fancy word, I think, for slavery, right? It's to end, legalize ongoing slavery in the state of California. Right now, slavery is legal in California if and when you are punished for a crime. And Samuel obviously can tell you and will be telling us all about his story. We had originally thought to invite Samuel to our June listening sessions, but our Bay Area team actually asked us to invite Samuel to our May listening session in Oakland. So as you can see on the flyer here, it says activities include discussion on ACA 3. And so while we haven't formally invited Samuel yet, I know he will be very pleased to be invited to speak on ACA 3. Samuel, as uh my brother Tony was saying, is was incarcerated for 24 years. He's just been home for about 3 or 4 months, maybe. Again, welcome Samuel home. He was being forced to do a dangerous job in prison and was told if he didn't do this dangerous job, he would have time added onto his sentence and he would have his parole denied. And so it was at that time that he decided to write what is now Assembly Constitutional Amendment 3, ACA 3. So expect to see Mr. Samuel Brown in Oakland Saturday, May 28th. Again, we haven't extended a formal invitation to him yet, but I would expect us to see the brother down there and to be telling us how the movement to end involuntary servitude / slavery is connected to the move for reparations. So, and looks like the task force is actually coming back into session here. So, again, big love to everybody who's watching. Big love to everybody who's here. Big love to everybody who's gonna watch this on the replay. Thank you to everybody who's helped make this happen. Big love to all the grassroots organizers and activists and grassroots media, the people that's been on the grind, on the ground, in the air from day one, from day zero. Appreciate you. And we're going to get reparations. Oh, can't forget. Yeah, thank you, Moya. Reparations Now documentary. Support the Reparations Now documentary right now. You can go online, go to etmmedia.com. Got it right? etmmediagroup.com. etmmediagroup.com right now. Support the Reparations Now documentary. Also, follow ETM Media right now. If you're watching on YouTube, hit the follow right now. Hit the subscribe right now. Hit it right now. Hit that bell right now. Also, we almost at 1,000 subscribers. Yo, let's get up to 1,000. This listen, hit the bell, hit the button, hit the subscribe. Let's get ETM Media. How about this? Can we get ETM Media up over 1,000 subscribers before tomorrow? Before the Reparations Commission hearings end for the month of April? I think we could do that. With all the love, all the people that's gonna watch this, hit that subscribe. Let's get ETM Media up over 1,000 subscribers and watch this content. This is an amazing channel that's doing a lot of great documenting of the reparations movement on the ground here in California. And also, again, support the Reparations Now documentary as well. Make sure you support that. etmmediagroup.com. And again, follow them also on Twitter, on Instagram, I think on Facebook now too. Right on.
Yes, you on Facebook.
TikTok, all that.
TikTok too.
Outside of yourself, if you can't include yourself, who do you think got the most bombest comments?
Oh,
Who got the bombest
I want to give love. Yo, Chad was fire. Chad Brown, NAASD LA was fire. Marcus, I was about to say Marcus was fire too. Friday was fire. Friday Jones. I want to give a big shout out to my brother Robert Reed who pulled up too, in person. Josiah, yo, the comments were amazing today, as they always are, But if I had to pick like a starting five comments, I would say Chad, Marcus, Friday, Josiah, Robert. Man, it's just so many.
From all around.
Right.
One woman who was talking about protect the elders. That was just touching, you know.
Yeah.
Protect the
I'm a Friday friend. I read
Friday.
the comments anyway. On Twitter and stuff like that. Hey,
Friday.
Yeah, I
Uh,
love everything
uh, uh,
everybody says.
com-
Friday
co-
brings it.
Commissioner Friday Jones, Commissioner Concert, I'm gonna make KJ Friday, I'm Concert Jones Muhammad. I know about Friday, Commissioner Friday, LA Reparations Commissioner Friday. Thank you, Friday, for your amazing comments.
Thank
Just fire. Thank you again, Chad, Marcus, Josiah. I mean, everybody had big love to Sharice also. Fire comments starting us off with that right energy. So yeah, yeah. Right on.
you. Yeah, here we go.
All right, I'm gonna give it back to the fam.
Love, peace, and solidarity.
Facts
and reparations.
and reparations.
Reparations.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you all for your patience. We will now resume to the next item on the agenda, but before we do so, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson so that we can reestablish a quorum. Parliamentarian Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll begin to call the roll with the chair.
Present.
Vice Chair Brown.
Present.
Member Bradford.
He's here.
Member Grills. Members Jones Sawyer. Member Holder. Member Lewis. Member Tamaki. And Member Montgomery Stepp. Madam Chair, the total number of members present is 6. To establish or reestablish a quorum, we need 5 present. A quorum has been established.
Thank you. Now that a quorum has been reestablished, we'll now turn to agenda item number 6, potential action item, expert scope of work, presented by myself and Louis. So essentially, are the experts ready to talk? This is an additional discussion around the economic consultant team, and they're going to give a high-level summary for those who weren't in attendance last time, but they're going to give a high-level summary of what we discussed at our last March meeting, and then they'll discuss a potential action item. So experts, are you available?
Yes.
You may proceed when you're ready. Professor Campbell or Professor Kramer, if you want to lead the summary.
Well, maybe before I start or somebody else in the group starts, I would like to say that I'm concerned that people may have misunderstood the argument that California cannot afford closing the national racial wealth gap to mean that we're looking for more affordable alternative or that we're trying to be cheap. That's not what we're doing, and our goal and role is not to save the state money or to minimize expenditures, but our goal is to get the best model that will stand up to the public debate when the task force recommendations will be presented to the California legislature at large. For example, the national model would lead to the question why California is paying for slavery reparations when it was a free state. And although a reasonable argument can be made, if the model addresses California's specific atrocities, and that could be from educational discrimination to job discrimination and discrimination in sentencing, in mass incarceration, it will stand up much better to those kinds of attacks. But it's ultimately up to the task force to decide which way to go. We simply present different models and the task force can decide between them.
Thanks, Professor Kramer. I think at the high level, last meeting, this is Professor Campbell, last meeting we presented those two models, the national framework and then the harms or atrocities model. I think what was required for today, and I don't know if Professor Darity is able to give a high-level summary maybe of the national model, and then we could probably do the same for the state-specific harms atrocity model. As Professor Kramer said, the idea was to present both models, and the task force ultimately looking at the parameters and looking at what it is that we presented to then make a final decision on what would be operationalized.
So should I jump in?
Sure, absolutely.
So to summarize what we are calling the national model, the central premise is that racial wealth inequality in the United States best captures the cumulative intergenerational effects of white racism. And so in that sense, it captures the overall consequences of the full wave of historical atrocities that have shaped contemporary disparities in the United States. And so we argue that because that racial wealth differential is a consequence of policies that were conducted on a nationwide basis, then it would be most appropriate for the federal government to address those disparities in the form of a reparations plan that would be conducted at the federal level. We point out the magnitude of those disparities amounts to approximately $841,000 per Black and white household, and this would constitute approximately $350,000 per Black and white individual. If we take that as the baseline for the amount of compensation that is due to Black American descendants of U.S. slavery, this would constitute a figure of approximately $14 trillion. And so that would be the minimum size of a reparations plan. The difficulties associated with replicating that objective at the state level are twofold. The first is that state and local governments do not have the capacity to meet that bill, even if they were to work individually and focus on their separate Black resident population. One of the central points that we make is that if you were to take all the state and local governments collectively, their entire budgets would amount to $3.5 trillion or less. And so it would be very, very difficult for them to meet the reparations bill. Now, one could argue that they could potentially make partial payments towards that deficit, but we would also have to then identify what the magnitude of that deficit is in each of the specific states, including California, and we would have to be able to determine the extent to which policies and practices that were conducted in an individual state, like California, produce this wealth gap. And that would be policies and practices that would be separate or distinct from the policies and practices that were engaged in at the national level. So those are two of the issues that make replication of the national model difficult at the state or local level. Certainly not impossible, but if it was to be something that was done at the state or local level, it would only be feasible to make partial payments towards the total amount that is owed, and that total amount per person. The minimum estimate we have of that total amount per person is about $350,000.
And we want to emphasize the key point here is not that the task force should not choose that because of the size, except the reality that the state unable to make the payment would then want to discount the reparations amount. And the task force would have to consider seriously whether partial payment is in fact correct and on whose behalf does one argue for a partial payment. This isn't an issue of you don't ask or you don't calculate a full amount. It's an issue of, do you present yourselves in a position where you are likely to get that? It is also the case that because we're talking about differences in wealth, it is conceivable that the state could give assets, not income, to that amount, and then the task force would have to think through what does it mean if instead of giving individuals payment, the state were to transfer assets that would somehow or another be under the control of descendants of African slavery, African-American slavery in the United States. And so you would have to confront if the state decided to give assets, knowing that it cannot give income to individuals, how that would be resolved. But let's be clear that to replicate the state model is just not possible. It's the national model depends on some simplifying assumptions that hold strongly and generally. Because of anti-miscegenation laws, it is a generally true thing that if you look at the Black population in the United States as it existed in 1865, and we have reliable estimates of what the wealth gap between Blacks and whites was at that time, that going to today and looking at the wealth gap between Blacks and whites, it's a fair abstraction to ignore a very small percentage of people who would either be immigrants or late arrivals to the United States, and project that the current racial wealth gap is the result of the policies that intervene between those two time periods and the populations we observe today. If you do that at a state level, there is no such closed system. If you told us we want to compensate the descendants of people who were in California in 1865, we have no easy way to find them today. The current population of California, the Black population, clearly was, the vast majority were not the descendants of people who were in California in 1865. And so it's not possible to take the current wealth gap between Blacks and whites in California and blame that on things that happened in California between 1865 and today. Further, the Black people who are most harmed by anything that California did, the ones who are most harmed are the ones who are most likely to have left California. And so therefore, if you compare wealth gaps, you're missing the people who are the most harmed by whatever it is California did during the intervening years. That's not the case in the national model, because we just did not have that huge an immigration of Black people from the United States to be worried that the people who were the most harmed left the calculation. And then you would be confronted with, if you're going to go with the national figure and you are saying that the state of California will compensate any descendant of slavery in the United States, any descendant of slavery in the United States, for everything that happened in the United States between 1865 and today. While you have said you will give compensation to people who are California residents, you will, of course, ignite a thunderstorm of people arguing for when they were residents of California if you're going to compensate anyone for the full model of everything that happened in the United States, irrespective of California's history. And then you will have to confront on what basis is California responsible for a set of federal actions, many of which predated California's entry into the United States.
This is Ms. Mullen. Before we entertain any other questions, I wanted to ask Professor Spriggs if you would share with the task force some of the potential assets that you had in mind that might be turned over to the community of eligibility in this hypothetical that you have spoken of.
Well, I mean, it is within the power of the state faced with the debt. It could think of this as income, but it could also say, you're arguing about wealth, we will give you portions of the wealth of California. We could transfer ownership of the University of California, Berkeley to a trust fund that would be held in trust by whatever the task force, whatever the state legislature wants to say, is the entity that would be the repository for the reparations. It could give the Golden Gate Bridge or any other state asset and say that we're going to transfer the ownership of that property. I mean, the state has that ability. That is a way to do it. If that's what the task force wanted, and if that's what the state legislature agreed to.
Yeah, I think most the economist group, we all pretty much agreed that the issue of providing national reparations at the state level is really a misalignment of the harms and damages or atrocities of slavery with the wrongful acts of the state of California. And that's why we presented both models to kind of highlight that the racial wealth gap nationally cannot be partitioned or compartmentalized by California for specific actions or harms. And that kind of spilled us over into model number 2 that we also presented last time with the state-specific harms or atrocities framework.
Thank you. Thank you for that high-level summary. Professor Campbell or any others, could you just also summarize for the benefit of the public the state-specific harms model?
I'm sure I can give a high-level summary there. So from what we just said with mod number 1, the national model, as a group, we then looked specifically at developing a threshold or procedure to figure out what specific harms or atrocities the state of California should compensate for. And the idea here was to look at a way of associating or categorizing harms or atrocities that would be developed, vetted, added, changed by the expert group, and then approved by the task force. And at the last meeting, we presented, just as a starting point, 13 specific harms or categories that I'll quickly kind of reel off. We looked at unjust property taken by eminent domain, intellectual property deprivation, houselessness, unwarranted police violence, segregated education, non-representative estate commissions, housing discrimination, labor discrimination, environmental harm, mass incarceration and sentencing, health harms, transgenerational effects, and we also had a category for other potential harms. I will also add that the task force presented 4 more categories beyond this that I'll also mention here. This was from the discussions where other harms that should be considered was segregated education, and there was a specific note that there's a focus on tertiary education, the war on drugs, the crack cocaine epidemic, family and child welfare, especially in foster care, and gang prevention was also presented as other categories that the task force wanted us to kind of look at when we talk about the state-specific or atrocities model.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I have a clarifying question. I wrote it down. So this is a question about the national model, and this is again just a clarifying question because I know that the task force, voted to endorse the state-specific model. But I guess I can point this question to Dr. Darity or any of the economists who would like to answer. What about revisiting the national model feasibility if a scaled-back version is something that we could consider from a calculation perspective? So, for instance, Dr. Darity said, in order to close the racial wealth gap, the state would have to, give out $350,000 to each, Black American who's part of the community of eligibility, and how the state just does not have that capacity. But again, what about, revisiting it so that maybe it's, 1/8 or 1/10 of that 350 number? And I think you already answered that in your remarks, but I'm curious if you have any additional thoughts on that. Darity or Spriggs?
You certainly, as a task force, you can recommend whatever you prefer. If you wanted to advise the General Assembly to adopt a plan where there was some form of a partial payment, 1/10 of the gap or 1/8 of the gap, that's certainly your prerogative. The question that I personally would raise is, what is the rationale for that proportion?
Yes, I would add that you would be negotiating on behalf of the descendants. It would be like a class action suit. And so it would be, how did you consult with your clients that they agreed to a partial payment? Normally, when we think about recovering harms, we don't think about the partial payment in that way. So you'd have to give us the justification. You know, we could make a calculation for you based on what you thought that was. It's not 1/50th, if that's what people had in mind. And the idea that California is agreeing to 1/50th because it's one of 50 states. And so by conceding that the harm has now been resolved, that we've now created restorative justice, that's the dilemma. That's the question you would have to answer. And so that would be the challenge, as I see it.
Thank you for, go ahead.
And again, in addition, you were saying that the state, which was not part of the United States for a large portion of the history that you're seeking redress for, how are you arguing that the state is responsible for things that were federal, not state, and things that preceded the state being part of the United States? It seems inconsistent with arguing that this is an issue of lineage, because you're complicating your own assumptions when you've argued that this is all about lineage.
Okay, so I had a follow-up question. In terms of the rationale or justification, something that I'm thinking about, or just that I came up with, part of the statute, AB 3121, it mandates that any of our recommendations comports with international human rights law standards. So as we know, under international law, there's 5 forms of reparations, and compensation is one of those forms. So again, this is a clarifying question because to my understanding, and I think this is what Dr. Darity has said in the past, under the state endorsed model where we're listing these harms, there could be a potential where a person could be a part of the community of eligibility, but if they're not able to articulate a particular harm necessarily, then they would not be eligible for compensation. But as you know, the reason why we define the community of eligibility is because these people are descendants of chattel slaves and they have faced generational harms, and that has shown up in the racial wealth gap, which we are addressing in some ways or another. And so I know you all are economists, but I'm just curious to know if to you all, if that's compelling, the justification or the rationale is that our recommendations must comport with human rights law or international law standards. And under maybe a scaled back version of the national program, everyone that's a part of the community of eligibility would be eligible for compensation.
Chair Moore, just a point of clarification on our end. Our understanding is that the community of eligibility is not limited to individuals whose ancestors were enslaved in the United States. We were under the impression that also included are individuals who were free, are descendants of persons who were free blacks prior to 1900, who would also be included. And so I think that may affect the interpretation of the applicability of different dimensions of international law in this context.
And Chair, you're saying international law, but again, the question is the state of California did not exist for much of the atrocities you are seeking, we are calculating reparations for in the national model. So this would be akin to saying that any country is liable because there are people fleeing Uzbekistan right now for what Russia is doing in Uzbekistan, because some people from Uzbekistan are fleeing and coming. I mean, this is the question. Why would a state that's not a party to what you are saying is harm, why is that state obligated?
Okay, are there any other questions, comments? Member Gross, you're recognized.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just testing my mic.
So I have to say I was having difficulty with all of this as an oral presentation with nothing in front of me to kind of look at. Okay, is it better? No. Is this better? Okay, thank you. I've been having difficulty trying to track all of what has just been shared because it's an oral presentation with a lot of moving variables and it's complicated. And I found myself trying to understand, so what are they arguing here, or what are they saying is not workable? Can we get something that's in writing that we can review in advance so that we come with informed questions about what they're saying, and so that I can, me personally, I can better understand what they're saying. I heard things in there that I'm not sure I know what I heard. And I tried to take notes, but I found I had more question marks in my notes than details on what was said.
All right. Hello? Okay, here we go. Can you maybe just, restate why you asked for the clarification? So, because I also had a hard time following, and I think what we want to know is basically asked the economic experts to restate the two options. Can you tell us why you asked for them to restate the two options? Because I think what might have gotten lost is that there was a point of clarification. It felt like that's how the testimony from the experts began, and then it felt like it slipped into some kind of argumentation. And so for me, it was difficult to track what exactly the intention of their communication was just now.
So I asked them to summarize what we discussed last meeting. So essentially, their summary was essentially what was discussed in the last meeting. They had a presentation as well. I thought that they would use the same presentation to guide the discussion as they did at the last meeting, but there's no presentation. They just wanted to give a high-level summary without using the same aids that they used at the last meeting. So again, what they just stated is literally what they stated at the last meeting, which was introducing these two models: a national model for compensation for the community of eligibility, and a state-specific harms model for compensation. And essentially what they just did was give a high-level summary of the national model and its implications, and then the state-specific harms model and its implications.
I have the PowerPoint from the last meeting open in front of me. and I still couldn't track it. So, because it sounded like at one point they were arguing, almost, why is California even doing this?
Yeah, yeah, I heard that.
And
too.
then the next thing I thought I was hearing was, it's not possible to calculate if we're using lineage based. So then I'm scratching my head. So then I thought I was hearing something. So again, if I appreciate, and I think it is important for us to get their thinking post the last meeting, but just that oral presentation isn't allowing it to be absorbed in a way that we really know what we're hearing.
Okay, so there isn't any other action item for this agenda other than them giving a summary of what they presented at the last meeting, and then also having a potential conversation about whether we want to prioritize the harms for the state-specific model. So I'm not sure if just to be solution-oriented, would you like the presentation that they presented last month to be on the screen for folks?
No, because I don't think that's going to clarify. I think that they added more thinking to what we heard last month. And I couldn't quite track what that latest thinking is saying. And it sounds like it's very, very important. So I just want to make sure that we are able to receive the information in a way that make sure we're understanding what they're saying. So to put the original framework, I said I had this up in front of me.
Right.
And that wasn't helping me to track. What are we at the bottom line? If we had to, your elevator version, what's the bottom line about the use of lineage based? What's the bottom line about California not being a state at the start of the national harm? What is the bottom line point about the ability to do a state reparations process when the monetary implications exceed what would be a state budget? So I think there are several things that they were saying. It's not about going back to the old PowerPoint. It's about understanding what's the bottom line on all the things that they were saying today.
Well, I will say, thank you so much, Member Girls. Thank you for that. When prepping for the meeting, I had a conversation with Professor Campbell and Professor Kramer, and it was just give a high-level summary of what we discussed, and then if there's any questions. But then we heard from Dr. Darity and Dr. Spriggs. I think they're the ones who introduced that new information about lineage and all the other stuff. I didn't have a conversation with these people, Spriggs or Darity. So they're introducing new information, and so I don't know where to go from here. To be quite honest, I could, you can have a conversation and ask some clarifying questions for Darity and Spriggs. That's helpful, or we can table the conversation until.
I would suggest that we ask them to provide.
Yes.
Here, may we be allowed to add?
Is this Professor Mullen?
I think what I would suggest is that.
Yes, one moment. Just let Member Grills speak, and then I'll go to you.
Is that given what we shared in the last meeting, and their ability to have had time to deliberate amongst themselves and think about it, that they provide us something in writing that lays out what their best thinking is about the harms-based model, the national model, the harm model, the implications of all of the directives that we gave, not just lineage-based, but also the 13 harms. A number of the things that they said today, but just lay it out so that we can really digest it and then have a conversation, because it sounds like then we need to come to some kind of conclusion or consensus as a task force about the implications of some of the things that they shared today. But I don't think enough of us fully understand it to have an intelligent conversation.
Mullen? Professor Mullen?
So, President Posey, I mean, one of the considerations is that, wait, I'm sorry, we've got two different sets of volumes going. you have, in your recommendation, or the definition of the community of eligibility, you speak of African Americans. And so therefore you are, on the one hand, talking about race, but then you also are talking about lineage. It's not, what you all have laid out so far is not one or the other, but both. That's part of the complication.
Yeah, well, and then the further complication is associated with the idea that making a decision about eligibility necessarily makes a decision about what type of compensation should be forthcoming. Those are not necessarily issues that are resolved at the same time. And so we've been trying to say, given the community of eligibility that you've identified, here are two major strategies for trying to provide compensation. And one of those strategies, which we're calling the national model, is not something that can be implemented effectively at the state level, particularly if one is trying to accomplish the objective of doing the whole thing. If you make a decision that you only would like to do a partial active redress with respect to the differential in wealth, then certainly that's an option. But it would be helpful to us to know exactly what that percentage is and what is the motivation for selecting that particular percentage. Our feeling thus far is that type of an approach, assigning a monetary value that is linked in some way to the wealth gap, is something that is not really the best way to do it. And so that's why we have argued instead that there should be a focus on trying to do this from the standpoint of identifying a set of atrocities. If there is a concern that there are individuals who've been subjected to these atrocities who would have difficulty establishing that they have experienced such a harm, I think that would provide a basis for the task force, including a provision for a state-based agency to provide people with support in establishing their claim at no expense to them. So that potentially is another component of the project.
I think again to Member Gross's point, at the planning meeting, it was just me, Professor Campbell, and Professor Kramer. And so these new ideas or suggestions or added implications from Darity and Mullen and to some extent Spriggs, I was not aware that this was going to be in the scope of the presentation today. So I agree with Member Grills in that we don't have enough in writing on paper to have an intelligible conversation about how to best proceed with these the implications that you're raising. Senator Bradford, go ahead. One moment.
No, go.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Professor Spriggs, you're recognized.
Oh, yes, thank you. I thought at the conclusion of the last meeting, we listened to you pass a motion in which you concurred that using the state-based approach was correct. We thought that this was a conversation where you were, having passed that motion, were simply asking us for greater detail because, as we understood it, a lot of people had concerns that the motivations for that motion weren't what they would agree to. So I thought, were responding because since you passed a motion that we would do this model, the model that was state-based, that you just needed us to answer some questions for you.
Yeah, my question is the 350,000 per person or 14 trillion based on the wealth disparity, or Is that how you come to that number? And
Based on wealth disparity.
and what's the population? What's the total number who would receive that?
That's how you come to that number. Based on wealth disparity.
And what's
Yes.
the population? What's the total number who would receive that?
Yes, that's correct.
And I guess it was stated that the state couldn't afford that, and I would argue that they can. And
Wait, hold on, Senator Brett, Dr. Darity.
Black Americans would be eligible to receive reparations by meeting the standards that they are Black people who are descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. That 40 million times approximately $350,000 is what gives us the $14 trillion figure.
Okay, Senator Bradford has a follow-up question.
well, yeah, a statement of how we afford it. The state could easily set up, or through this task force, recommend that the state set up an annuity or a trust fund where we set aside, say, a half percentage point of our annual budget. And as revenues go up, the deposits go up. As revenues go down, the deposits go down, but do a 0.5%. That would be budget dust, a 0.5 percentage point. The state would not miss that. And you do that over a period of years where you really impact folks' lives, because even at $350,000, that comes out to $1,000 a year for over 400 years of bondage in this country. So I still say that's a pittance when you think about the overall harm. So if we figure this out right, the state can't afford it over a long-term period. If you're talking about it just a one-time payment today, no, they couldn't do it. But if we create an annuity or a long-time trust fund based on the percentage of revenues coming into the state, we could fund this for decades.
And this is entirely your decision, that's the task force, but the issue is how long would you like to spread out the period of compensation? How long would you want to be providing people with compensation in relatively small amounts that probably would not have a significant impact on the quality of their lives? It's an issue for you all to resolve. And Kirsten Mullen in our work have suggested that any payment system that attempts to meet the goal of reaching $350,000 per person should not extend beyond a decade. And I think that kind of time limit would be very, very difficult for the state of California to meet in terms of trying to reach the $350,000 goal. Of course, if you want to stretch this out across 50 years, that you can, in dribs and drabs, provide people with these funds and meet the constraints that the state budget has. But that's your judgment.
No, we're not talking about 50 years to pay someone.
What would stop the legislators from, deciding that they're no longer going to make these payments? So you get 3 years or 6 years down the road, and then, that gets reversed.
As the only legislator here today, you can set up a variety of, is Ms. Jones Sawyer on? Okay. You can set up a variety of ways to compensate folks. I mean, it could be zero home loans for folks who have never had home ownership in California. We could provide that. You can, again, free college tuition at our UCs and CSUs. You can have that for folks who have never attended college. There's ways to continue to compensate folks who have been harmed. And it's folks who've lived in this state for generations who have never owned a home, and we can help them become homeowners. So it's a variety of ways, in addition to a cash payment, that we can continue to make people whole. So we shouldn't just look at a cash payment. That's the only way for compensation. It can be a combination of things.
combination.
Could I briefly ask a question? Thank you. Yeah, but I'm a little confused because I was also under the impression that the state-specific model had been voted on, but at the same time, I think now I'm getting the impression that there is a debate about which the national or the state-specific model should be pursued. And I think, if I'm not wrong, I assumed that we as the expert group would present both in our report, the national model and the state-specific model, so that that decision which one to follow would not necessarily have to be taken today. Am I wrong in this, or?
No, you're exactly right. At the last meeting, the task force did approve going forward with the state-specific model. And so this particular part of this conversation for this meeting was supposed to be a high-level summary of both models, explaining how we got to this decision to endorse the state-specific model. But then in questions and comments from the task force, I'm also hearing the same, I don't know, hesitancy maybe, where there might be, you know, a feeling from the task force that we might need to revisit both models and just have more time and more information, and something in writing from the economists about the implications of this more. That I guess is more than the PowerPoint that we were provided. But I'm happy to hear my other colleagues and to see what they're thinking.
Can I say something?
One moment. I want to hear from member Jovan Scott Lewis.
So I think what has happened is that in the request for a high-level summary, right, there's a lot of confusion that has been introduced, where the summary was taken as some kind of recommendation or some kind of reintroduction of the possibility of these two models. Am I coming through clearly on this? It keeps coming in and out. Is everybody hearing me? Okay, maybe this is this. Okay. We did vote on what I think Dr. Campbell was calling the harm-based model. We came up with 13 areas. My understanding is that today we were going to be asked for further clarification about those 13 areas. I recall the term prioritization being used in some of the explanation. We decided on the community of eligibility. What we are now being asked to do and what we're asking the experts to do is to go away and figure out, right, how to calculate the harms across these 13 areas in the state of California. That's what I understand that we're here to do. I don't think there's any concern or need to return to a question of the national framework. It was just something that experts were asked to reintroduce. I'm not sure why exactly they were asked to give a summary, but we did decide last meeting and we voted that we would go with, I think, what's being called the state model, but what was called in the last meeting, specifically by Dr. Campbell, the kind of harms-based model, where we came up with about a dozen areas, and then there was one kind of broader category as number 13. So I think the experts are just looking for further clarification and guidance and direction about how to identify what those harm areas are. And so if I'm hearing Dr. Spriggs correctly, what he wants to know is how are we meant to trace some of those issues? So throughout the process, Dr. Spriggs has been very curious, for example, if some of the harms that we are identifying has caused Californians, right, who are a part of this eligible community to leave the state, how are we going to account for individuals who had to flee the state as a result of any one of the 13 harms? And so I think what they're looking for is a further clarification from us. I don't think we're trying to relitigate or reconsider either of these models. We've decided the community of eligibility, done. We've decided on the state-based, or what's also called the harm-based model of these 12 to 13 areas, done. So what we now need to do is just the process of refinement. And I think that's where we should be really thinking about what is being asked by Doctors Darity.
May I interject that Ms. Mullen in a moment will describe the procedure that we've already begun to try to examine those 13 areas of atrocity. But I would like to say before that the proposed compensation schemes that Senator Bradford is talking about are hugely appropriate and actually are quite consistent with the harms-based approach. I do want to say as a proviso, though, that those kinds of strategies will not individually nor collectively close the racial wealth gap. But there is no essential reason why state-level compensation schemes must necessarily be designed to close the racial wealth gap.
So the five of us have set out a division of labor, looking at those 13 plus harms. And the idea was that we would take a deep dive and look at how you would go about measuring and, importantly, coming up with recommendations for compensation for those specific harms. But we've had 9 days, I guess, since the last task force meeting, and we've not had 9 days since the expert group got together. So we've only begun that work, and it's really extensive. I mean, for example, just looking at the property taking for eminent domain, there are a lot of questions to consider. Do you look first at cities that have the largest absolute numbers of Black residents? Do you look at cities that have the largest percentage of Black residents? Do you look at the cities that have seen the largest exodus of absolute numbers of Black people? You might be looking at, for example, cities that have airports, stadiums, convention centers, dams and waterways, reservoirs, college and university systems, these major infrastructure projects that quite likely displace many, many people, and potentially, particularly for the projects that are located near the downtown of these major cities, those are the neighborhoods often where Black people were forced to live. So it's not a trivial exercise to begin to unpack some of this. But we started that work, but we are really literally at the beginning stages of trying to map out the different ways that you might consider when you're trying to figure out who was harmed and how much.
One thing that we also wanted that we thought would come out of this meeting was for the task force to even help us prioritize. We have 13, plus we opened it up with the other potential harms. So if there was a sense of prioritizing which one should we start with first, maybe the task force has some ideas about particular areas that we could actually prioritize when we start digging into this. As Kirsten has kind of pointed out, we have started the work of looking at the different atrocities. And one thing we wanted to know was whether or not the task force had a sense of prioritizing this list as a beginning for some of our analysis.
Okay, thank you for that transition.
Madam Chair,
Yes, you're right.
I would like to lay on the table, we need to consider being very specific about reparations, including restoration of these historical landmarks in major cities, California. I'm thinking of the Fillmore in San Francisco, the iconic institutions, South Central Los Angeles, and definitely Allen's Worth. these places were destroyed by public policy. All of them. The evidence is there. So, hope that we will highlight that, lift that up.
So this is Javan again. So my view is that the economics group is, further to what Dr. Brown just said, is charged with coming up with a number for the injuries. They are not responsible for coming up with the forms of compensation for those injuries. That's the job of the task force. I mean, of course, we have several people as a part of the economics team who have come up with, I think, really robust and innovative, reparatory frameworks, and we may want to consult them at that point. But at this conjuncture, the objective of the economics team is to go away with our guidance with these 13 areas in mind and come up with a way to account for the cost of the injuries in these areas. Then we at a later stage, and we will talk about this, during this meeting when we think about our schedule for the remainder of the life of the task force, how we will come up with a compensatory model. So right now, I think it's good for the task force and for the economics team just to prioritize the job, which is to look at the 13 areas if that's what we're deciding on. And to come up with a figure for what the cost of these various acts of dispossession, violence, harm, discrimination, etc., have cost. And I remind everybody that it's not just the cost of the disadvantage to the eligible community, but it's also the cost of the benefits to those who perpetrated these harms and injuries. And so I think we have to look at both sides of the equation for when we're thinking about how to identify the figure, and that we would then later on determine appropriate forms of compensation for.
Can you talk a bit about the prioritization piece?
Sure. So we last meeting we just had the 13 categories of additional ones. And it's on the presentation that we gave last time. I think within our group we wanted to know if the task force wanted us to prioritize these 13. So we just had them listed 1 to 13. But is there a sense of from the task force whether we look specifically, because as Professor Mullen just kind of highlighted, each of these categories is expansive and huge, but maybe the task force wants us to start with, labor discrimination or environmental harm. I'm just throwing things out. We wanted to get a sense of if there was anything that we should start with from the task force for these 13 atrocities or harms that were identified.
You don't necessarily need to prioritize out of the 13, or
I mean, when we talked about it, right. So my comment was that these are all, each is a very legitimate area, and so the notion of prioritization is a bit curious to me. I mean, I'm happy for us to discuss how to further clarify, even operationalize what something like environmental harms means. If we're thinking about toxicity level in a neighborhood, or if we're thinking about its relationship to deindustrialization, we can do that. But the areas that we identified last meeting, I think, are all necessary areas. So, I mean, that was my point, Chairman.
Yeah, maybe I'm using the term prioritization incorrectly. I don't mean in terms of one having precedence over the other in terms of its magnitude of harm. I think it's just for us to parse out what we start with as the economist group. So I'm sorry if I wasn't communicating that properly. It's just, if it is the case, just a matter of, do you want us to start somewhere first? If not, it's just the 13, and it's the idea of use the literature and use your experience to guide you and start with whatever first. And I think that would be perfectly fine.
Does any other task force members have any thoughts on that? Are there particular harms within the 13 that they should prioritize, or should we allow them to use their discretion to prioritize harms within internally?
Thank you to the experts for providing the input. So as I understand it, this is Donald Tamaki. As I understand it, Professor Campbell, you are referring to more or less sequencing and not prioritizing in the sense of one subject area being more important than the other. So just thinking out loud with you, in the area of sequencing, housing discrimination is at the root of any of the issues, not only those things that Pastor Brown talked about, urban renewal, destruction of communities, but also environmental, certainly, education, segregation, policing. Much of that, I don't say begins and ends with housing discrimination, but housing seems to be at the root of that. And in connection with California's complicity with the Jim Crow aspects of housing discrimination and where people live, that also dictated where they could work, what their opportunities were, what health resources are going to be available, what kind of environmental exposures people are subject to. So maybe that, if I'm reading you right, Dr. Campbell, maybe as a matter of sequencing and taking into account California's culpability in that. Maybe that may be one place to begin the analysis. So please provide us with your feedback on that.
Yes, thank you. Yet sequencing is a better word rather than prioritizing, because I don't want to give the impression that the group thinks one particular harm has a greater magnitude or effect. So sequencing is more appropriate. And I agree with your analysis about housing discrimination in terms of a starting point.
So following, I'm really happy to hear the idea of sequencing rather than prioritization. And following Member Tamaki's line of thinking, I would suggest that mass incarceration and sentencing would be another important next step in the sequence. That represents a massive drain on the capital, the social capital of our communities. It devastates our families. It is it pretty much determines the rest of quality of life. It impacts children in very significant ways in the Black community. So I would suggest that mass incarceration and sentencing would be an important next area.
Any other comments?
So I did have one other question. I did hear earlier in the discussion some mention about the assumptions that are inherent in the models. And at some point, it would be helpful to see what some of those assumptions are, which takes me back to, it would be helpful to get some kind of written summary from the economics panel. What you have to share is so important, and what comes natural to you will take the rest of us a few moments to really digest. And so having that kind of laid out in front of us would be helpful, but also, the assumptions inherent in the model would be good to know as well.
Can I add that it would be great to do that, because while Camille and I are the advisory committee for this, we are working on behalf of the task force. And so we want to be able to be, capable of conveying what the task force really does want to accomplish to the economists when we meet with them.
Are there any other, so it seems as if we are endorsing the idea of sequencing. And so there are people who named housing discrimination and mass incarceration. We probably will have to put this into a motion so that we can give the economic consultant team formal guidance.
And it seems to me that if we do this sequencing approach, that it might be helpful to cluster certain areas. So for example, if we look at the housing might be coupled with houselessness and eminent domain, because those are all kind of interconnected. The
Sorry,
environment.
Member Gross. Can the DOJ put on the screen the list of harms? Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the health harms could be coupled with or done in sequence with the environmental harm and the adverse emotional and physical health consequences. I mean, so anyway, I'm not going to try to do all of them, but I'm thinking that it might be good to cluster.
So again, do the members of the task force, do you think that we need to entertain a motion around this at this time? Also be aware of time. We're over time for this portion of the agenda.
It seems like we're in consensus about sequencing. Our parliamentarian perhaps could guide us. Do we need to make a motion related to that? I'm sorry, would you repeat? Yeah, so we seem to be in consensus about sequencing the harms. And so do we need to do a motion or?
Are you trying to ask the task force to take a particular action?
We're trying to give
Guidance to the economic.
for next steps.
Right. You can formulate a motion asking them specifically if you want the task force to ask them, the committee, to do something specifically, ask that in the form of a motion. Move to do what it is that you are seeking to do. I cannot hear you very clearly. Okay, so.
She's just saying, is it necessary to do that if we are in consensus based on the discussion?
No, it's not. No, it's not. If you want them to just take that under consideration as they move forward, then you can just state that. You don't have a motion to make.
Okay, so then. Okay.
So that when they report back, then they will come back with that information.
Okay, great. So we're under the consensus that we'll go with the sequencing option, but then we'll also have to have a brief discussion about how to pair the harms that are listed. So I know Member Grills began to do that already when she said that housing discrimination and homelessness should be, and eminent domain should be paired. We might have to do that as well, for instance, for mass incarceration and unwarranted police violence and sentencing. Health harms would probably have to be paired with transgenerational effects. Does anyone have any other suggestions?
Chair Moore? Chair Moore?
Yes, you're right.
This is Ms. Mullen. I just wanted to thank you. I just wanted to add that we need to be really clear that in order for the, for the expert measurement group to make any progress, we're going to need a tremendous amount of support in the way of data collection from the Department of Justice. I mean, we are currently, going through archival materials that we can access, but a lot of these records will be information that we cannot access without, without their authority.
Yes, and the Department of Justice presumably has the data that we'll need on mass incarceration.
So in terms of consensus, so we can just move the agenda forward. In terms of sequencing, I believe we stated that the economic consultant team could begin in terms of sequencing, starting with the areas of harms related to houselessness, eminent domain, housing discrimination. And then the second tier would be mass incarceration and sentencing, unwarranted police violence. And then maybe a third one would be transgenerational effects and health harm. Any feedback on that?
I'll make a motion that we sequence the above that you mentioned.
Thank you. Second.
I thought we said we didn't have to do a motion. We don't have to do a motion.
We don't have to do a motion. Okay, so we don't have to do a motion, but there is consensus in terms of the economic consultants. So in terms of sequencing, first address houselessness, eminent domain, and housing discrimination, and then mass incarceration and sentencing and unwarranted police violence, and then transgenerational effects and health harm. Is there any questions from the economic consultant team?
Madam Chair, could you please speak into the mic?
Oh, sorry. Yes, so in terms of sequencing, we came to a consensus that we would start in terms of the economic consultant team, we would start with houselessness, housing discrimination, and unjust property takings by eminent domain, and then mass incarceration and sentencing and unwarranted police violence, and then transgenerational effects paired with health harms.
Madam Chair, before you can declare there's a consensus, did you ask if anyone objected to that?
Does anyone object to that? No, hearing no objection. So is there any last clarifying questions or comments from the economic consultant team?
Oh, that was very helpful.
Okay, anything else? All right, thank you so much for your time, and we'll be in touch. So.
Thank you. Thank you for some clarity. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so the next item on our, thank you. So we'll now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 7. Witness panel 2, college to professional education institutions. So our first witness is Dr. Joyce King. Dr. Joyce King is recognized for her work on issues around racial equity and justice in American education, specifically their impact on teacher training and Black education. A professor of educational policy studies at Georgia State University since 2004. She is the provost emerita of Spelman College and has served as president of the American Educational Research Association, the nation's leading organization focused on the use of research to improve education. We'll also hear from Sylvia Drew Ivey. Sylvia Drew Ivey is a special assistant to the president of Charles Drew University of Medicine and Research. She serves as an advisor on community relations and affairs. In her role, she works with health centers, community-based organizations, and community coalitions to develop and implement programs that promote the university and its strategic plan. In addition, she assists with establishing and promoting positive external relationships with various groups. The last person we'll hear from is Simone Anderson. Simone Anderson is a native from Richmond, California. She is a 4th year at University of California, Los Angeles. She is graduating this spring with a Bachelor of Arts in African American Studies. Currently, she serves as the chairperson for the African Student Union at UCLA. Formerly the project director of the African Education Project at UCLA, she is now the co-founder and lead organizer for Richmond Revolution in Richmond, California. Anderson has a strong commitment to justice, service, and grassroots organizing. I believe the first person we'll hear from is Dr. Joyce King, and she is on the phone, so I will put the microphone next to the phone. Thank you so much, Dr. Joyce King, for being present remotely, and you may begin your expert testimony when you are ready. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, I'm here. I'd just like to know if you can confirm the amount of time that you're giving for me.
10 minutes.
Okay. Well, Chairman Moore, Vice Chairman Brown, and members of the task force, thank you for your invitation to here. 20 minutes, so to cut it short, whoever's met the best we can. I need to say that I am presenting to you as a citizen scholar, not in my capacity as a professor of Georgia State University, given legislative developments that are happening in the state. I grew up in Stockton. I'm the first person in my family to go to college, and I was a student at Stanford participating in the Black student movement. My first professional appointment was as director of ethnic studies at Mills College, and then I went on to Santa Clara, where I was director of teacher education for 12 years. I served on the curriculum commission for the state of California at a time when there were many clashes over textbooks and the curriculum framework. I'm going to talk to you today, which I've written in a statement, about why we need Black studies theory, curriculum, and pedagogy in teacher preparation, the evidence from K-12 to college to professional institutions. And if we can move ahead, it's already mentioned that I served on the American Educational Research Association as president. I'm also going to talk to you briefly about the recommendations that came from the AERA Commission on Research in Black Education, which I chaired. This commission established a group of scholars to educate major issues that hinder the education of Black people and to move these issues to the forefront of the association's agenda. The recommendations in a book, Black Education, under the heading Transformative Research and Action Agenda for Human Freedom, remain relevant and represent the best thinking of Black scholars and practitioners who were engaged in a serious and sustained examination of the education that we need. And I present these recommendations just briefly as a vision of the scope of the needed repair that the task force can consider. The late Dr. Asa Hilliard served on the commission's Elders Council. So just a couple of the recommendations that are in the written testimony that I presented include identify teachers whose culturally nurturing instruction improves student performance and support ways this group of teachers can pass on their knowledge to other teachers, identify new models of service development that can change teachers' habits of mind and classroom practices. Identify methods of visionary parent education that address the problem of student alienation and achievement. There are 10 recommendations in my written testimony that I offer to support this position that I'm talking with you about. I'm also sharing findings from the Black Leadership Kitchen Cabinets Assessment and Research Project, which I conducted in Santa Clara County with Dr. Linda Tillman in 2018. We were asked to investigate 4 areas of inquiry the community's definition of quality education and students' access to quality education, barriers in the education system and policies that are hindering students' access, and impacts of discrimination and racism, as well as best practices. We found that some members of the committee hold community hold assimilationist views. Others value cultural affirmation. These are responses to the cultural dislocation of miseducation and white supremacy racism. While Santa Clara and Silicon Valley is important and world renowned, the reality is that the grade point average for most African ancestry students was 2.0 when we did this study. There are more mixed race students in this community than students who identify with their African heritage, and the former are less likely to want to attend culturally nurturing Saturday school, after school, or an African-centered school program. Some participants, including educators, feared being perceived as racist or self-segregating. Activist educators nevertheless describe how they create culturally affirming academic programs that function as safe havens to provide quality education for African and African ancestry students. This is the term they used in this study. Participants also mentioned the importance of teaching students about their heritage, and parents described how they have resorted to providing homeschooling with a focus on academics to ensure that their children achieve higher scores, pass required exit exams, and went on to college. Regarding barriers in the education system, participants identified issues related to curriculum, instructional materials, and policy deficiencies, as well as problems with classroom interactions with teachers and administrators that may contribute to harsh disciplinary action, and the problem of the absence of Black teachers in that community. Both overt and subtle forms of racism and discrimination were identified, including educators' low expectations, curriculum issues, and the fact that students experience the absence of protection from racism and discrimination by school personnel, even at the level of preschool. In her recent testimony before the U.S. House Appropriations Subcommittee on Labor, Health, and Human Services, Dr. Linda Darling Hammond described a framework for whole child development approaches in K-12 education that includes, quote, a foundation which teachers can learn how to implement that begins with developing positive developmental relationships and environments filled with safety and belonging that promote strong attachments and relational trust. Unfortunately, for Black students, such a foundation for safety and belonging is mostly absent. In 2014, Dr. Ella Hollins, Dr. Geneva Gay, and I wrote a response to proposed regulations for teacher preparation in the Federal Register. Our response addressed the benefits of culturally inclusive curriculum connected to students' cultural heritage. This response is included in my written testimony. One of the most traumatic legacies is the way slavery is taught. And I have included with my testimony a spreadsheet that shows 73 reported examples of misguided teaching in the nation from 2000 to 2020, not only in social studies. One example, and I'm on slide 5 now, if they're moving. A Georgia third grade teacher assigned math homework that used slave beatings and
One moment. Can we get the DOJ to go to slide 5 so that we can follow along with her?
So these are just several examples of this misguided teaching. And one example actually came from a California school in Cerritos, where students were reportedly forced to role play as slaves while teachers pretended to be ship captains and had the kids listening to a clip from Roots. The next slide, slide 6, 10-year-old Lily, the only Black child in her class in Texas, spoke up when the lesson appeared to erase slavery. Students shared their pain and anguish with their families, and outraged parents bring these incidents to the attention of school administrators and the media. Parents also engage in what researchers describe as racial socialization, teaching their children from home. And I mentioned the need for visionary parent education. While the number of ethnic studies courses that can provide a supportive and engaging learning for Black students and others is growing, there's also a fierce, radically conservative, anti-democratic political backlash taking place that includes removing school board members and school administrators, banning books, and banning teaching about race and white supremacy racism. This is reminiscent of the McCarthy era and is already having a chilling, silencing, self-censoring effect on educators at every level, including the professional educators in teacher education. I'm on slide 7. I'm going to skip over what I intended to say about ethnic studies. There is growing research that shows the benefits of ethnic studies for students. What's missing, however, is research that shows how ethnic studies and Black studies benefit teachers. And the problem is that these kinds of questions are not as well funded. Researchers are examining ways to improve pre-service education and pre-service teachers' knowledge of Black history and their consciousness. This research is being undertaken 2 decades after I introduced the concept of disconscious racism into the literature based upon my study of my students at Santa Clara University who believed that racial inequity was caused by slavery, not systemic racism. This uncritical habit of mind is not unconscious or implicit bias. It is the result of miseducation that leaves no room for moral engagement on the part of educators. So I think I probably have maybe 5 minutes left.
Yes.
Several researchers that I mentioned in the testimony are actually studying how knowledge of Black history can improve teaching. And this is an important development that needs support. And I'm going to skip over now whoever's handling the slide 9 and then 10. And the example that I'm going to really lift up here is the policy that the school board in San Francisco passed in 2020 to call for a Black Studies curriculum. So if you go to slide 9, this policy was passed in October 2020 in support of creating K-12 Black Studies curriculum that honors Black lives. And the policy is very well elaborated, taking the position that the Eurocentric focus of American education and other American institutions has framed the history of Black people as either enslaved, discriminated against, or suffering under those social ills. And there's a harmful myth and misconception that elevating individual achievements of African Americans alone can translate into broader inspiration and motivation to achieve. So move to slide 13 quickly. Therefore, be it resolved that the San Francisco Board of Education approved and supports the development of a K-12 Black Studies framework and curriculum. And I'm suggesting that this is something that deserves support. The district proposed how much it would cost. I encourage the task force to look closely at that resolution. And I'm going to conclude with the statement, why do we need Black studies theory and practice in college and professional education? In a 2015 article titled Back to the Woodshop, Black Education, Imperial Pedagogy, and Post-Racial Mythology under the Reign of Obama, Professor Curry stated, education of Black people, specifically Black youth, must be deliberately geared not only to the preservation of Black history, but also to the recognition of the inability of American white European political categories to actively express the degree of political freedom necessary to deliver Black liberation. Mimicry of our oppressors instead of innovation and or other ideals will Black people. 2003, Dr. Gloria Ladson Billings, past president of AERA and past president of the National Academy of Education, concluded that the typical K-12 social studies curriculum has changed very little in the past 30 years. And I quote, while the social studies can serve as a curricular home for unlearning the racism that has confounded us as a nation, she noted, yet we still find teachers continuing to tell us lies. And that is why we need Black studies, theory, pedagogy, and practice in the preparation of teachers and school leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Joyce King. The next person will have to speak is Sylvia Drew Ivy. And Dr. King, you can stay on the line for questions and comments at the end. Dr. Sylvia Drew Ivy, you may begin.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for having me here today to discuss the issues that you are addressing from a health perspective. Your mission and the mission of the commission targets the issue of racial bias in all the domains that have been discussed this morning. And certainly when you think of South Los Angeles, you begin to think immediately about race and ethnicity as the reason for the problems that we've suffered over the generations. Professor Paul Ong from USC suggests that the stigma of inequality in South LA is space related as well as race and ethnicity. And that has impact in housing and employment and in transportation and of course in healthcare in that domain. So I want to suggest to you today that you think not just in terms of the categories, 13 categories or the combined categories that you've been discussing, but that you think about place in terms of a nexus for the suffering that, that we have experienced in the state among the Black population and the brown population as well. If you go back over the history of South LA, you see that it initially started out as a white community. And beginning in the 1900s, Blacks came from the South for jobs, for low-cost real estate, and for less racism than they had experienced in the South. But right from the start, the racial covenants kept the Blacks who arrived here in segregation. We had a famous Proposition 14 that tried to validate the legality of racial covenants in deeds. Then World War II came along, and there was a tremendous need for workers in aerospace. And so again, Blacks rose to the opportunity and came in large numbers. They had very few places that they were allowed to live because of the covenants. That problem of not being able to find places to live was exacerbated tremendously by the appointment of Chief William Parker as chief of the police, and he served in that role from 1950 to 1966 and was a major cause of the Watts Revolt in 1965. Chief Parker was a race baiter. He shattered nightclubs. He blockaded stores that were frequented by multiple races. And the commission following the Watts Revolt found that the police behaviors were a major reason for the Watts Revolt at that time. The Watts Revolt left 34 people dead, most of them black, 1,032 people wounded, 3,952 arrested, 600 buildings were damaged and destroyed. So this is the place. This is South LA. They renamed it South LA to try to get rid of the South Central bias. But we have a geographic area in Southern California that has suffered more than most any other geographic area, I would say, in the state. The Watts Revolt galvanized the emerging civil rights movement, and then there was an economic downturn and more suffering. Fewer people with jobs, fewer people with cars to get to jobs, still segregation in housing. So the area and the people trying to get out of the area didn't have to be told, oh, we don't hire blacks. They just had to say, we live in Watts. And that reason was enough to block their progress in securing stability in their families. South LA has been branded and the people have suffered. And in the health arena, this is also a very, very serious history. Sweet Alice Harris, who's a beloved leader in the South LA area, talks about having to have a child with asthma being $10 sick. If the child wasn't $10 sick, you couldn't get them to a place where they could get care because they didn't have cars, and it cost $10 to use a taxi. So the question was, when the baby was coughing, is the baby $10 sick? Which is a terrible calculus to have to make when trying to care for your family. South LA didn't have a hospital, they didn't have jobs, they didn't have cars to get to health care. This is where Charles R. Drew University comes into the picture. We had a few dedicated black doctors in the Charles R. Drew Medical Society who were incensed that their patients had to go so far for care. We also had activists in the community like Sweet Alice, like Lillian Mobley, like, sorry, blanking on the name at the moment, but those 5 women who were instrumental in demanding that health care be provided to South LA, worked with Supervisor Kenny Hahn to get a university that focused on healthcare. And it was only because of their advocacy that Charles Drew University came into being in 1966. CDU is the only HBCU west of Texas, and it works with a myriad of community partners. The most recent one of which is a very large group of partners who've come together to talk about prevention in healthcare. And that has been an innovation to use the lens of prevention in all manner of community activities. We work, of course, with the MLK Hospital and the Watts Health Foundation. We work with the Community Black Caucus. And as you're thinking about how to use the funding in issue here, I hope you will consider thinking about the institutions that connect with the community actors who have endured the problems that you're talking about, and using that as a fulcrum for redress in place in stigmatized localities like South LA, so that we can be empowered together, not just as individuals to receive compensation, but to work together as community, as we so effectively have worked together in the past to solve our problems. Use us to empower community leaders to work together to solve these issues. Thank you very much.
Is Simone Anderson. Simone Anderson said she's having some she's struggling with the dial-in. So I'm going to try to tell her to call again now. If not, I'll just use my cell phone. Hey, Simone. Yes. I just need to say yes. Okay, thank you, Simone. You may begin your expert testimony when you're ready.
All right. Hello, everybody. Camilla already introduced me, talked me up a little bit, but I am currently the chairperson of the African Student Union at UCLA. We've had a lot of protests this year just in terms of student activism, particularly around what's been affecting Black students on this campus, what's been marginalizing Black students for about 15 years now, just in terms of receiving equitable access and retention resources for Black students on this campus, as well as some controversy around the Black Burn Resource Center, which is the name of our Black Resource Center campus. For 16 days, students held a sit-in in Murphy Hall, the longest sit-in in UCLA history, as we protested for a number of things, or at least for ASU's, and it was behind the BVRC and really fighting for shared governance and, students' ability to decide for resources for our community, what resources our community needed. It was a lot of meetings. It was very long, but in the end, we did make some progress. Our Black Burn Resource Center now will be the first Black Resource Center in the country that will have a governing model of any kind, and it will be student dominated. At UCLA, we have this thing called student-initiated student run, things that students create for us, by us, where students make decisions ultimately and govern our communities. So that was very big, obviously, for Black students to be able to have a stake in our own resource center and be able to make decisions that were appropriate for us. The importance of access and retention resources, some people might be wondering, obviously after Proposition 209, we saw a severe decrease in admission and enrollment for Black students, all students of color, but severely for Black students. In 2006, the infamous class of 96, as we refer to it, 8 years post Prop 209, only 96 Black students were admitted and enrolled into UCLA. That was pretty devastating, right? Not even a full 100 students. But that ultimately prompted things like the holistic admissions campaign in the UC system and some other things. Since then, ASU has created its own access project that does a lot of work specifically with students in LAUSD, Pasadena Unified, and works in conjunction with the admissions office to touch, Black kids in other regions beyond Los Angeles. Our project is responsible, honestly, for the admittance of a lot of Black students in higher education. But again, that's a service that students provide that we had to create and do ourselves. We have a retention project. The importance of retention is obviously making sure that we are retained, that we stay here once we get into the university as Black students. There's not a lot of institutional support here for Black students. As you see, students have to go out of their way, provide counseling resources, academic resources, course planning, degree planning, you name it. Students do all of that, including getting dismissed Black students readmitted into the university, as well as, contesting admissions appeals and several other things to make sure we have access to these opportunities and that we're retained once we get here and we graduate, in a feasible time, a 4 to 5 year plan. I say this to say that although I'm very proud of the work that our union has done in 56 years, I am very proud of the work we were able to accomplish this year, but it is still the work of students. And it really begs the question, what does reparations look like? We had this discussion with the chancellor actually during the protest at one of these meetings. Chancellor Block admitted that the university has failed to adequately support Black students, especially looking at the result of what's occurred in the community programs office with Black women specifically for the last 15 years. So there's a lot of reparations clearly that Black people are owed, nationally, but specifically, definitely in a college context. To me, reparations and support looks like the university helping these student programs, the university, and not just funding, but obviously providing institutional support to support Black students to make us feel welcome here. It shouldn't all be on students because unfortunately Black students come here and they only see ASU, and these are the only spaces where they feel like they can be themselves, unapologetically Black. We're the only Black students care about other Black students, and that shouldn't be the case. Black students, even people, I would extend this to Black staff and faculty as well, they should be able to exist in other spaces beyond ASU, beyond the AFAM department. It's only so big. And I think the university, and they know that they need to do a better job just about expanding to be more inclusive and to providing long-term support for Black students. I mean, a lot of our Black student population here, they're foster youth, they're first generation, and some other things are low income. We have a lot of student populations here that are vulnerable. We have a large Black immigrant population here. Our African diaspora encompasses multiple identities, more than 20 different identities throughout the African diaspora. We truly need this to be an inclusive space for everybody. I said this in a meeting and it was affirmed by the Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs that UCLA prides itself on being number one in a lot of categories, but UCLA is not number one in equity. And I think that's very important in terms of where we need to go and what we need to be focusing on moving forward. That's just something we've observed, or I've observed at least in my time here, being on ASU staff for 4 years, as well as now serving in the highest role possible as a chairperson. And that's what I really hope. And hopefully, the Black Women Research Center will be a start. But again, it shouldn't be all on students. UCLA should be doing a collective push as a whole to make sure that Black people are supported, just like other people, send their kids here, their second, third generation Bruins. The Black community, Black people, Black Los Angeles, Black people, period, Black students, period, deserve that same support, commitment, and long-term investment from the institution. So that's just my take on things. But I appreciate everybody for having me. But that's honestly what I hope we're able to accomplish one day, and hopefully one day soon at UCLA, when you guys are thinking about that, thinking about resources like Black students, don't have access to a lot of scholarships. There's just a lot of different things that could be done to make things more equitable for Black students to have these opportunities in higher education. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Simone. Thank you again, Dr. King, Sylvie Drew Ivy, and Simone Anderson for your incredible testimony. I'll now turn to my colleagues for any questions or comments. Great. Hearing no. Okay, go ahead. Member Grills, go ahead. You're recognized.
Of course, I have something to say.
Takes a minute.
Sorry.
So this is actually a question to any of the panelists. As I listened across the testimonies, I started seeing a kind of a formula for success for Black students, whether you're talking at the preschool, elementary, high school, or higher education level. And those elements include kind of like establishing relational ties with the people in the institution and creating a sense of belonging, which also then leads to a sense of ownership of the school. Second, couple that with a Black studies curriculum so that you see yourself in the studies and the material becomes more relevant. Plus the third element, using a cultural and contextual grounding and understanding, as well as a place-based understanding of what's happening with education. So if we look at those three elements, are there any examples out there in the world? I'm not even going to limit it to the United States, but out there in the world that has demonstrated the effectiveness of these elements in combination? And if so, where are they? Because that becomes a potential roadmap for some recommendations for education success for our children. That's for anyone on the.
Immodest, but I think Charles Drew University is a model of making that happen. We take 4-year-old children and teach them anatomy, and we have graduate students in nursing and in medicine and in public health. We have students who are behind educationally because they've been in schools that didn't prepare them, and we work with them to bring them up to level so that they can participate at the appropriate level in our health-centered activities and education. We connect and are guided by community members. We have community faculty who teach our medical students. The curriculum is vetted by the whole faculty every year so that we ensure that it is sensitive to the issues that were responsible for the birth of the university. Excellence in education, which is not connected to the anguish of the people that we're trying to provide opportunities for, doesn't work in our experience. It has to have both. They have to be two tracks at all times. So it's not perfect. We're still small. We're proud of ourselves that we've gotten to be a medium-sized university after being small for many, many years. But there's obviously so much more to be done, and there are so few examples of the kind of partnership that CDU has tried to develop with community because of the oppression that I've described earlier.
Have there been any evaluation studies?
I can't
Have there
hear.
been any studies to evaluate the effectiveness of what you have been able
Yes,
to?
yes, there have been.
Have
Yes,
been?
there have been.
And would it help to have more resources to further demonstrate the effectiveness and to kind of develop dissemination models?
Well, I think yes, I think the studies do document the validity of the approach that we're using. Our students really go quite far, and most of them started in deficit. Most of the students started in deficit in some way.
Okay, Dr. King, did you want to answer that question for Member Grills? Dr. King? Dr. King? We were just corresponding, and she said she wanted to answer the message. Okay. Simone? Are there any other questions? Hello, Dr. King?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you very much. If I understood the question correctly, it was about activity examples of programs that work effectively. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, are there any, yes, I couldn't quite hear what you're saying, but I was asking whether or not there are any examples of the combination of the relational ties that are necessary along with sense of belonging, plus a Black Studies curriculum, plus grounding everything in a cultural and contextual reality.
Okay, thank you. Oh, okay. First of all, I would refer the members of the task force to the written statement that I submitted. There is a bibliography as well as examples of the research that exists. I did say that more research is needed and funding to support that kind of research would be helpful. There are, of course, studies that show the effectiveness of African-centered education. With respect to the question of belonging, what I would say is belonging is not what I've been advocating in my testimony. What I've been advocating is a sense of self-determination that allows students and teachers to appreciate their own identity. I just refer you to James Baldwin's statement, who wants to belong to a burning house? So we're not, from my perspective, the goal is not to assimilate students into something that is already anti-human, but to give students of all backgrounds and their teachers the critical capacity to create educational spaces that are humanizing. So belonging would be lower on my list of priorities, but there is definitely a body of research that shows effective educational practice along the lines of Member Grill's question. And some of that research is cited in my.
Again, I think Simone wanted to answer the question as well. So Simone, you're on speakerphone.
Yes, I think representation and belonging in conjunction with obviously university curriculum, specifically Black curriculum, is important for students to feel like they belong. Another initiative that ASU has taken, our first access project / community service project is the African Education Project, which is 41 years old. We've been serving South Central, Compton, and other Black communities in Los Angeles for 41 years. And we go into high schools as well as elementary schools. Now we also focus heavily on elementary schools because we have another project that kind of does more direct high school work, which is state. But these two projects specifically work through educating Black students, Black youth through a Black lens, teaching them about their culture, their history, even, political science, other things through a Black lens. We've done, urban planning workshops and just other things to kind of give them this wide variety of these different things that are at the university level. This is what you can get a degree in. This is what, if you want to own a business, if you want to help your family, if you want to come back and, build your community up, maybe this is a pathway you're interested in following, at the university level. But sometimes, until you put it in that Black lens, until you get it from that perspective, until you're able to honestly relate and make a personal connection, to that as a Black person, that all plays into students' decisions in pursuing higher education. And I often believe that because of the lack of representation in academia of Black people, that plays into it becoming extremely overwhelming and difficult for Black students to exist there, for them to get there, and for them to finish there once they do get there. So I definitely think having this representation is key. Being able to have this perspective also plays into Black students obviously coming and being retained. And I think that also looks like reparations, like hiring Black faculty, putting Black staff and faculty, in higher positions, not to be performative after Black Lives Matter and do something reactionary, like giving people one person a promotion or hiring an advisor for Black Life, which is what the university did. No, it means respecting, the Black people that are here. It means wanting to invest and grow the AFAM department. It means investing and expanding Black faculty and staff at this university. I think representation is a good thing that is often overlooked. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing no other questions or comments, I want to thank the panelists. Thank you so much, Dr. Joyce King, Sylvie Drew Ivy, and Simone Anderson for your incredible testimony. So we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the break period. We'll break for 10 minutes and we'll reconvene approximately 3:30, it's fine, at 3:30, and then we'll go to our last panel of the day on the school to prison pipeline.
Right at the I'm literally on the in LA. Okay. Side of the street.
Over there.
So if you were to bring the Black share of wealth at least to the Black share of the population, it would require an additional at least $10 trillion.
Even the Mass Media Group is almost there. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers.
ETM Media Group covers reparations, political news, and community issues impacting Black American descendants.
It's free and costs you $0.
So go ahead, like, share, support, and definitely subscribe.
Smash that bell, fam, to get information critical to the culture.
Help us get to 1K today.
Thanks in advance for your continued support.
So if you were to bring the black share of wealth at least to the black share of the population, it would require an additional at least $10 trillion.
Sorry, go ahead. Okay. The original motion. Okay. I'm going to call the roll for the original motion as stated at the top of the page. Chair Moore.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown.
Aye.
Member Bradford.
Aye.
Member Grills.
No.
Member Holder.
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. Member Holder voted yes. Aye.
No.
She voted
Can you repeat? No.
Thank you. Member Holder voted no. Nay. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer.
No.
I'm sorry. The paper is hiding you all, so I can't see if you can
I said
speak.
no.
Thank you. Member Lewis. I'm sorry. Member Jones Sawyer voted no. Member Lewis.
Aye.
Member Lewis voted aye. Member Tamaki.
No.
Member Tamaki voted nay. Member Montgomery Stepp.
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp voted aye. Madam Chair, there were 9 members voting. 5 members voted aye, and 4 members voted nay.
Thank you. There are 9 members voting, 5 members voted aye, 4 members voted nay. The ayes have it and the motion carries. So the community of eligibility will be based on lineage determined by an individual being an African American descendant of a chattel enslaved person or the descendant of a free Black person living in the United States prior to the end of the 19th century. And we will use this community of eligibility standard to instruct the economic consultant team with next steps.
And we're also fundraising by selling these Tutney's 2022 calendars. And Tutney's is a long, almost lost language that our ancestors created back in slavery. Could you tell us a little bit about the Tutney's language, Shimoya?
The Tut language, also known as Tutnese, was established by people who came from enslaved people in the United States of America. Enslaved people were forbidden to read and write. Enslaved people then began to use the alphabet in a coded form to teach other enslaved people when in the presence of slave masters. This English adaptation was continued and passed down in certain Black American descendant communities.
Wow, our ancestors were amazing.
Exactly.
Amazing. So yes, so we're also selling these calendars as part of our fundraising efforts for the documentary Now movie. So take
established quorum, so Parliamentarian Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin calling the roll for the quorum reestablishment with Chair Moore.
Present.
Vice Chair Brown.
Present.
Member Brown.
Present.
Member Lewis.
Present.
Member Tamaki. Member Montgomery Stepp. Madam Chair, to establish a quorum, we need 5 of the 9 members. We have 6 members present. A quorum has been reestablished.
Thank you. Now that a quorum has been reestablished, we'll move on to our next item, number 9, panel number 3, school to prison pipeline. In the interest of time, we have Dr. Pedro Noguera, who's with us remotely, and we'll have Dr. Noguera give their personal testimony, or expert testimony rather. But before they do so, I'd like to introduce Pedro A. Noguera, is this Distinguished Professor of Education at the Graduate School of Education and Information Studies and Faculty Director for the Center for Transformation of Schools at UCLA. He is a sociologist whose scholarship and research focuses on the ways in which schools are influenced by social and economic conditions, as well as by demographic trends in local, regional, and global contexts. Dr. Noguera serves on the boards of numerous national and local organizations and appears as a regular commentator on educational issues on CNN, MSNBC, National Public Radio, and other national news outlets. Dr. Noguera, thank you for your patience, and you may begin your expert testimony.
Good afternoon, and thank you. My only regret is that I'm not there in person to deliver these remarks. I do want to start by just clarifying that I am now the Dean of the Rossier School of Education at the University of Southern California. So it's a pleasure to be with you today and to address this important topic of the school to prison pipeline, and to really discuss how this fits into the broader question of reparations for African Americans. Let me start by explaining what the school to prison pipeline is, because this term originated as a metaphor for what we could describe as the effect of harsh discipline in schools that was disproportionately meted out against Black children, and the long-term consequences for those children as they grew older, and the increased likelihood that many ended up in our nation's prisons. I want to explain for those who have heard the term but are not quite sure how it works, what's going on here. For many years, we've known that our schools are most likely to punish the kids they serve least well. That is, kids who are behind academically and children who come to school with other needs, whether those needs are hunger, health needs, or needs related to neglect outside of school. Very often the needs of children are responded to with punishment. Typically it starts with a referral to the office, and over time it escalates to suspension and expulsion from school. And this is because school discipline policies rarely focus on changing behavior or reconnecting kids to the classroom. They often rely on exclusion and punishment, which the research shows rarely results in a change. We know schools are doing it right when children become self-disciplined and don't need to be controlled by anyone. But unfortunately, this is not the case in many of our schools, especially for Black children. So as a consequence, what we see is that in many schools, the kids who have the greatest needs, the kids who are falling behind, are the ones denied learning time because they've been sent home, in effect punishing their parents for behavior that occurs in the classroom. The alternative to this is to create schools that respond more effectively and creatively to the needs of children. I want to elaborate on that because this, I think, has direct bearing on the question of reparations. As we know, this nation has an educational debt to African Americans. That debt was created first and foremost by slavery and the fact that during slavery, it was a crime to educate enslaved Africans. As a result, when slavery ended in this country during Reconstruction, the emancipated Africans wanted nothing more than to create schools and colleges and universities because they understood that education was the key to freedom. And this happened throughout the South and even parts of the North. However, not long after Reconstruction, the period of segregation ensued, along with the period of racial brutality, which included lynchings and other forms of extreme violence. During this period, Black children were relegated to an inferior education. Less money was spent to educate Black children. In many cases, the school year was shorter so that children could be out in the fields picking cotton or some other crop. Their teachers were not paid equivalent salaries. The reading materials provided to them were inadequate, especially when compared to white children. As we know, the Brown decision of 1954 was intended to correct this grave injustice. The reason why Thurgood Marshall and the NAACP seized on the idea of integration is because they knew that resources follow white children. They knew that if schools stayed racially segregated, it would be impossible to ever bring about equality in funding. What we now know is that although the Supreme Court voted unanimously for schools to be integrated, throughout the country today, many schools are not only segregated on the basis of race, they're segregated on the basis of socioeconomic status as well. You look no further than schools in Hunters Point to find many examples of this, where despite the fact that this is ostensibly an integrated district, Black children often are isolated in dysfunctional, underperforming schools. This occurs, and this is important for the committee to hear, even when Black people are in leadership. Now we have to understand why. This is a byproduct of what we would call structural racism. Racism that is embedded in our history, in our economy, and in our communities. We did a study, myself and my colleague, Professor Tyrone Howard at UCLA, on the state of Black children in Los Angeles a few years ago. And we were trying to understand why it was that even as the Black population in LA had declined, academic performance for Black children had not improved. What was behind that? What we did was we did a study which not only looked at schools, we looked at what was happening to children outside of schools. And you won't be surprised to find that Black children not only are in schools that are under-resourced, they're in neighborhoods that are environmentally toxic. So they have higher rates of asthma. They have higher rates of homelessness, higher rates of foster care placement, and are more likely to be taught by uncertified teachers. That is, they experience an accumulation of disadvantage. Again, this occurs even in systems where there is Black leadership, because Black leaders by themselves cannot counter the effects of historic racial discrimination. This is why reparations is so important. As part of that study, we also asked the question, are there schools serving Black children that serve them well? We identified the schools in Los Angeles that send the greatest number of Black students to the University of California. And what we found is all of those schools are integrated schools, with the exception of one, King Drew Medical Magnet, located in Watts, which sends more Black students to the University of California each year than any high school in the state of California. You might ask, what makes this possible in Watts? I would say it's because of the enriched learning opportunities these kids have. Honors courses, advanced placement courses, internships at a medical facility, access to excellent teachers, and work opportunities. They are on a pathway to college. The question we should ask is, why is there only one school like this in the state of California? Why isn't there a school like this in Oakland, in Sacramento, in the communities where Black children and Black people reside? Many of the policy critics will say, because of Prop 209, we cannot devise racially sensitive policies. I would say Prop 209 does not prevent us from designing policies which target communities that have been historically disenfranchised and disadvantaged. And if we were to do that as a result of the work of this commission and invest resources into schools that serve Black children, we can not only disrupt the school to prison pipeline, we could expand access to colleges and universities, to good paying jobs, and uplift Black communities. We know this because the years during which affirmative action was in effect was a period when many of us, myself included, were able to get college educations, because although affirmative action is not a form of reparations, it did provide a tangible benefit. We need tangible benefits extended to Black children. And this can be done best through schools that are able to meet the needs, all the needs, that is the social, the emotional, and the psychological needs of the students, so that our students can thrive and contribute to the well-being of their families and communities. So I want to commend the commission for taking this on. I worked on a similar case in Tulsa, Oklahoma, with my colleague, Charles Ogletree at Harvard Law School. We thought we were going to win because we could document the damages of living members of the Black Wall Street, Greenwood, Tulsa, and the damage that were inflicted upon them. Nonetheless, reparations did not come through. I urge the members of this commission to marshal the evidence of damage, historic damage, and show how this has been perpetuated by policy in the state of California and elsewhere, and to make recommendations that make tangible progress in what we can do to alleviate the damage that's been done. Thank you, and I look forward to receiving any questions sent to me via email, or if there's time, I'll be happy to take them.
Thank you, Dr. Noguera. At this time, are there any questions or comments for Dr. Noguera? If not, we can email him. Member Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. That was very, very helpful, Dr. Noguera. I just wanted to ask if you have any suggestions. Okay.
Is the question, do I have any suggestions?
Yeah, no, I was cutting the mic on, sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, do you have any suggestions or recommendations on what kind of policies would address the issues that you raised, particularly that can get around Prop 209?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think targeting resources in the communities where Black children are concentrated, because those are the communities where structural disadvantage is concentrated too. I'll give you an example. The King Drew Magnet that I mentioned is located in Watts, which was once a predominantly Black community. It still has probably one of the largest concentrations of Black residents in LA County. We need to direct resources to communities like these across the state, so that educational opportunity can be extended. And I would say we should do that on the pre-K through 12, but in higher ed as well.
And then I think you're absolutely right that we need to marshal the evidence of historic evidence. Do you have any recommendations, not necessarily at this moment, but that you could send to us in the coming days or weeks, examples of reports that can help us to summarize and lay out what this historic evidence looks like?
Yes, I do, and I'll be happy to share those with the task force.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Noguera. In the event that we have any additional questions for you, we'll make sure to email you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. So we'll now turn to our next panelist, Dr. Angelo Williams, who is here remotely, and then our esteemed panelists who are here in person with us. So I'll first begin by introducing our esteemed panelists who are here with us in person. So we have Marche Doss, she, her, is an LAUSD graduate from Dorsey High School in South Los Angeles. She is an organizer and leader in the student-led movement Students First, or Students Deserve. She co-leads the Making Black Lives Matter in Schools effort in LA, which tackles the school-to-prison pipeline and over-policing of schools in Black communities. Her dedication to this work comes from wanting her two younger sisters and other Black and brown youth to have the resources in their schools and communities to succeed. We'll also hear from Mal Trejo, they, them. Mal Trejo is an undocumented community organizer with Students Deserve and serves on the steering committee for the Orange County Rapid Response Network. They ground everything they do in community building, political education, and mutual aid as vehicles for collective liberation. Through their experiences, Mal has organized around labor justice, immigration, youth justice, and police abolition with directly impacted youth and community members. We'll also hear from Joseph Williams, he, him. Joseph Williams is the director of Students Deserve and a core team member of Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. In his childhood, Joseph lived through houselessness, food insecurity, group homes, and incarceration. He has organized at the intersections of race, class, labor, and education justice for over a decade. And then we'll hear from Dr. Angela Williams remotely. Dr. Angela Williams serves as a public policy professional and professor of sociology and educational leadership and policy studies at Sierra College, Sacramento City College, California State University, Sacramento, and Drexel University, Sacramento. Angelo believes that the study of sociology is an important pathway for students interested in public policy, social justice, and leadership in the nonprofit sector. So we'll go to our three in-person panelists, and we'll queue up the slides, and you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Can y'all hear me? This is good. Okay. Well, thank you so much for having us. We're excited to be here. As was said, my name is Joseph Williams. Marche and Mal are with us, and we're going to be talking a little bit about the school-to-prison pipeline and its connection to reparations as well. Pass it to Mal.
Awesome. Good afternoon, y'all. So we'll be breaking down who Students Deserve. We'll give a quick overview of our organization and our personal connection to this work. Then we'll talk about the impact. Next slide, please, number 2. We'll talk about the impact of the school-to-prison pipeline. We'll show a little bit of data and experiences about youth criminalization in LA schools. Then we'll talk about the pushback, right, from the people against these policies that target Black students in schools. And then we'll talk about where are we now, the current state of student criminalization and the case for reparations here in California and in LA County. Next slide.
Who is Students Deserve? Students Deserve is a youth-led grassroots organization that is led with the support of parents, teachers, and community members fighting to make Black Lives Matter in schools. What we want schools to focus on is decriminalizing students and stop criminalizing students and over-policing students. And we want them to invest in Black, Muslim, undocumented, Indigenous, queer youth, and the working classes community of color. Next slide, please. So the reason why I am here talking to you today is because I was affected directly by the school-to-prison pipeline. One of the policies that LAUSD has is called a random search policy, a random weapons policy, where students are, quote unquote, randomly picked out and pulled out of class, and they are asked to stand in the hallway. It's about 5 students, and they ask you to put your things out of the bag so they can go through them. For my particular incident, when I was pulled out of class, I was not moving fast enough for the person who was searching me, so they decided to take my bag from me and throw everything on the floor and rummage through it as people walked by. I felt embarrassed and I felt like I did something wrong and I was inherently bad. They ended up confiscating my hand sanitizer, and when I asked why they confiscated my hand sanitizer, because our school was severely underfunded and we did not have soap or tissue in the restrooms, so a lot of us brought it from home. They looked me dead in my eyes and they told me, because you're going to sniff it to get high. Yes, I was so confused because I didn't know what that meant. And they were like, I know your type. And I spent the rest of pretty much high school trying to figure out what my type was, if it was because I was Black, if it was because I was low income, if it was because I went to Dorsey High School, which is in a predominantly low income area. And I was very confused, and that changed a lot for me. And that is what's led me to be sitting here in front of you today. And I'm going to pass it off to Mal.
Appreciate you, Marche. And similar to Marche, my family actually migrated here, and I along with them when I was 8 years old. And so in that track, right, through crossing the border, we were in detention 2 times at the San Ysidro facility in San Diego. And ultimately, right, I think that largely shaped my experience here in the United States. And then in 2008, my brother was deported. And so I think that kind of shaped my experience to wanting to continue to support other young people like myself. And so I think one of the reasons why I partake in this work and I'm an active participant has been largely, right, to support other undocumented youth, Black and brown youth who have experienced and have been criminalized and ultimately have had loved ones be deported. And, you know, also having family members experience being incarcerated, and also, right, I think working at those intersections about how our criminal policies also impact people, especially when they don't have a citizenship status.
Thank y'all. So like Mao and Marche, I also experienced criminalization as a youth, as a kid who grew up housing insecure, food insecure, and in poverty with my family. That led to acting out, as it was called at school, and a lot of interactions with, you know, discipline, as Dr. Noguera was saying, and then ultimately the police. And I was incarcerated when I was 13 for assault and battery, and spent the majority of my freshman year in cells or on house arrest, again, from things that stemmed from issues that were going on at home, right? And how the school system responded to that. Next slide, please. Oh, we actually are gonna skip this one. Next slide after this one. Not only, right, do we know that our experiences are valid, do we know that Black students' experiences who we work with are valid, we also know that there is significant data to back up the impact of school policing and the school to prison pipeline, specifically on Black students. This report right here is the Policing Our Students report from the $1 Million Hoods Project out of UCLA. Shout out to current Assembly Member Isaac Bryan, who was the lead author on this report. This report illuminated the fact that Black students in LAUSD were only 8% of the population, but were 25% of all contact with school police, citations, diversions, and arrests. They were the only demographic of students that was overrepresented at all, and they were 3 to 4 times overrepresented in each of these categories with regards to their race and their share of the population. We also know that 1 in 4 of the students who were being arrested in schools were middle school or younger, right? So these are literal children, right? These are not even some of them rise to the level of teenagers, right? Literal children who are being criminalized and policed in schools and pushed out of schools. And then 4 of the top 5 zip codes for school police contact in LA are in South Central, right? Again, some of the same neighborhoods that Dr. Noguera was talking about that have high populations of Black students that already experience high instances of communal trauma, poverty, insecurity, and police violence in the community, and then are also faced with police violence in schools, right? And we know also that California is one of the top states in prison spending and one of the bottom states in education spending, and we see that, right? And then in 2011, the United States Department of Education actually found that Black students in LAUSD were being denied equal access to education due to disciplinary and other reasons. Next slide. And we also see that even as, you know, enrollment has declined, as Dr. Nogueira talked about as well, that the reliance on policing and the investment on policing has actually increased. As arts programs have been cut, as social emotional supports for students have been cut, policing has continued to be poured millions and millions of dollars into. Next slide.
Right, and I think just to add to that too, right, there's so much money that is funneled and invested in criminalizing and policing Black students in particular. In LAUSD, the department funnels $52 million into the LA School Police Department, right? And so we recognize, right, that when so much money is funneled to criminalize and police students, and can lead to deportation of immigrant students and their families. So especially, right, Black students who are undocumented can be further impacted by these policies. And so we see that at the larger scope here in the United States, we oftentimes invisibilize the public discourse that Black immigrants exist in our country and are further, are targeted and criminalized and massively deported at a highest rate. So we've seen, right, in the last year, over 20,000 Black immigrants be deported back to Haiti in massive force. I'll pass it over to Marche. Next slide.
Thank you, Mal. In 2020, after the unjust murder of George Floyd, students felt that it was even now more urgent to get police off of campuses. Students decided, along with BLM LA, to create and distribute a survey all across LAUSD. This survey was conducted by students, and the questions were created by students, and they were answered by current students, community members, and alumni. And the really great thing about this is that students created it and they put it out, and in 5 days, over 5,000 people all across all 7 LAUSD board districts were surveyed. So 86% of students and alumni called for a defunding of LA school police in those results. Another thing that we found is that 88% of current students want school police to be defunded. We also found that 85% of current and former students who had interactions with school police reported them as being negative experiences, such as being followed, questioned, randomly searched, harassed, excessive use of force, and also racial profiled, many of which these experiences we experience outside of school already. Next slide. Another thing our survey results revealed is the systemic racism of LA school police. We found that Black students are 3 times as likely as white students to report being followed by school police. We found that Black students are 4 times as likely as white students to report being racially profiled by school police. We also found that Black students are 3 times as likely as white students to report experiencing use of force by police. And we also found that Black students are 2 times as likely as white students to report being removed from class by school police. We can clearly see how Black students are disproportionately interacting with police. Next slide, please. Lastly, our survey results revealed some more problematic behaviors and comments from police with student interactions. Our survey findings revealed what young girls and gender nonconforming students have said about LA school police. So one student said that police made sexually inappropriate comments towards them. Another student said that the police made sexually charged compliments to students. Another student said I was sexually harassed and the school police blamed me entirely. Another student said the school police officer belittled me and made me feel so small as if reporting my incident was dumb. And another student says stop sexualizing Black girls. There is nothing to reform and no training to be done. This is why we must continue to divest from harmful practices, specifically policing Black and brown students. Next slide, please. When we fight, we win, and we know that cops aren't the answers. We know that students need more resources and funding. We know that students need more resources and funding. So here's what we as a community in Los Angeles have been doing to change the school climate on campuses. And here are some of the victories that I was able to participate in, which are number 4, the 2019, we ended the mandatory daily random weapons search, which is something that I talked about in the beginning that I experienced. Students were able to get that completely removed, and that's no longer allowed to happen to students anywhere in LAUSD. Students also banned the use of pepper spray against students by school police. There was an incident at my alma mater where the students got into an altercation and the police officer not only pepper sprayed those students, but he pepper sprayed everybody in passing as well as himself, and it was all caught on camera. We also won the removal of all LA school police on campuses in 2020. We won a $25 million cut to the LA School Police Department in 2020, and we won the creation and then the expansion of over $100 million of funding for Black Student Achievement Plan in 2021. And the Black Student Achievement Plan will and is giving Black students more access and a better quality education. And since the complete removal of police on LAUSD campus and the amount of funding that is being poured back into Black and brown students, we have seen and heard how much safer and fulfilled students feel.
Thank you. Next slide. So like Marche said, and y'all mentioned earlier Prop 209 and the difficulty of funneling resources towards Black students. And we in LAUSD were able to have a major victory, a historic victory, right? Dedicating resources directly towards Black students. And the initial funds for that came directly from a cut to the school police department, like Marche was saying. So $25 million was cut from the school police department and redirected towards Black student achievement, which the community advocated to define not only as academically, but as holistically meeting Black students' needs, right? And so some of that funding, as you see, went into things like psychiatric social workers, went into things like restorative justice teachers, went into things like pupil services and attendance counselors and academic counselors, community partnership grants so that Black students can have relationships with community-based organizations and mentorships with folks in the community, culturally responsive curriculum, African-American studies courses, professional development for teachers, so many resources, right, that we were able to dedicate towards Black students through divesting from policing and criminalizing our youth, right? And we know that this is still very new. We're still struggling to implement it. And as Marche said earlier, that there have already been huge results and an impact on the climate and culture in schools with some of the highest numbers of Black students in LAUSD. As a matter of fact, last summer we met with Tony Thurman, State Superintendent of Public Instruction, who was very excited about the work going on at LAUSD. I know y'all are probably aware of the statewide Black Student Achievement Task Force that's looking to expand these kind of things across the state. So we do believe that with community pressure, with community-driven campaigns, we can win and achieve victories and resources targeted directly towards Black students. Next slide. We'll skip that. Next slide. So even though we've won this historic victory, even though we have a Black Student Achievement Plan in LAUSD, we know that there are still huge issues. We know that there are still students being criminalized. We know that LAUSD in particular is still spending over $50 million on school police. And so students in LAUSD are continuing to organize, right? Students like Marche and other folks have passed out over 25,000 buttons right now in LAUSD, along with half sheets with info around school police, having conversations with their classmates, with their teachers, with their friends about school police and about reimagining school safety, right? And reimagining the way in which we treat, especially Black students in our schools. And we know that that's necessary, and in California, it's extremely necessary. We should be really aware of this because California is one of the only states, maybe the only state, where school police have actually killed people, right? In 2011, school police killed Raheem Brown in Oakland. It led to the campaign by BOP, which they won in 2020, to fully defund and abolish the Oakland School Police Department. Just 6 or 7 months ago, in September of 2021, a school security officer in Long Beach shot and killed 18-year-old Mona Rodriguez. So our students and our youth are literally under attack, literally facing violence, abuse, and murder at the hands of folks who are supposed to be keeping their schools safe. And we know that it's not just the folks who end up in prison, and it's not just the folks who end up murdered that are impacted, right? We know that folks like Marche, folks like Mal, folks like myself, and so many countless other youth, right, are cut off from educational opportunities, are cut off from resources, are cut off from support, from having a successful future because they're criminalized and seen as dangerous in schools. And we know that children, right, absolutely should not be in cages. And we also know that this current iteration of the Black freedom movement is very directly tied to this, right? Trayvon Martin was at his father's house because he was suspended from school when he was murdered by George Zimmerman, right? The push out of Black students from schools has direct impact on our lives, right? And so that's why not only are these school transformation policies, right, the full defunding of school police, the full transformation and reimagining of school safety Not only are those policies so important, but also reparations are so important, right? Because there's so many of our folks who have already been pushed out, who have already been criminalized, who have already been cut off from resources that won't benefit from the Black Student Achievement Plan, that won't get to taste the resources and the support that hopefully we're pushing for the next generation of Black students in LAUSD to have. And so this conversation around reparations is hugely important, especially with regards to how our Black youth have been pushed out, have been criminalized, have been locked out of resources, access, opportunities that so many other youth are pushed into and supported to have access to. Next slide.
Lastly, I would like to close us out with this powerful quote by Malia Frazier, an 11th grader, telling us exactly what she as a Black student needs and deserves. As we look towards a future where we can all safely be back on campus, that vision doesn't include police. Black students need counselors, mental health support, and school programming and resources with our futures in mind. Next slide, please. Thank you so much for your time and allowing us to present at the California Reparations Task Force. If you would like to learn more about what we have done and what we do and are continuing to do, please connect with us on social media. Our Instagram is @LA_StudentsDeserve. Our Twitter is @LA_StudentsDSRV. Our Facebook is LA Students Deserve. And if you have any questions and would like to get involved, please email us. And our email is info@studentsdeserve.org. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mal, Marche, and Joseph. Hang tight for questions and comments. We're going to go to Dr. Angelo Williams for his expert testimony, and then we'll get questions and comments for all of you. So Dr. Angelo Williams, thank you for your patience. If you're with us, you can begin your, thank you. You can begin your expert testimony.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Task Force Chair and members, thank you for the opportunity to address the task force related to the school to prison pipeline. I will submit my comments to the task force for their review. My comments will be brief and related to my career experiences in government, philanthropy, board governance, higher education, leadership, administration, and policy, and as a professor of African American Studies, sociology, and public policy for the past 16 years. You have had some of the top experts on educational curriculum, including Dr. Joyce King and Dr. Noguera, who really have provided the content related to the context of the pipeline. I want to talk about the context. The context is important because no matter what you do in terms of different policies or funding schemes, unintended consequences, as we know in public policy, prevail. I'm going to skip my background, but I will say that the first job I ever had working in the legislature in 1998, on the first day of my job, I was handed a bill focused on the loss of accreditation for Compton Unified School District. When I went over to the chancellor's office, maybe 9 years later, community college chancellor's office, my first assignment was the loss of accreditation of Compton Community College. And I mention that because, first of all, Compton Community College was, in fact, the first, not the only, but the first community college in California history to lose its accreditation. And it was the CLBC, Senator Bradford and his colleagues, as well as Assemblymember Dimely and others that came and really put together a program, not only as it relates to the budget, but also in terms of legislation. And it was the local leadership of Compton Community College President Keith Curry that the college actually has accreditation back. I mention that because no matter what solution is formed, the practitioners at the end of the day, at the policy level and on the ground, must be intimately involved, and they are, in fact, of course, ready, willing, and able to do that. I do need to say something about the historical context because it is April 13th. April 13th is an extremely important date in the history of African Americans. 149 years ago today, April 13th, 1873, was the Colfax Massacre. It occurred in Colfax, Louisiana on Easter Sunday. Simple issue. African Americans who were part of the Republican Party had won an election in 1872, and a white mob came and disenfranchised them, murdered them. One of the reasons why this is so important, because Black control of government and violent reactions by white militia, as well as the inevitable backlash and holding up of those white rights by the Supreme Court, is something that is the signature of the first Reconstruction. We are, in fact, in the third Reconstruction. Manning Marable talks about this idea of a third Reconstruction, noting that the first is obviously coming out of slavery, the second civil rights, and now this third Reconstruction. It is really focused on not only a reorientation for African Americans, but also the nation to Black self-determination. Dr. Noguera talked about this, as well as Dr. King. The reason why I mention this is because the first and most important context is really the reorientation of African Americans related to Black self-determination. No matter what kind, again, of program that is presented, a lot of the work of the Reparations Task Force, from my point of view, should be spent directly with Black people, reorienting them to that history of Black self-determination in the face of white supremacist violence. Contrary to popular belief, African Americans, less than a decade out of slavery, built their own school system before the Freedmen's Bureau established the Freedmen's School. Let me repeat that. Before the Freedmen's Schools were established, Black folks, through the AME Church, through Black Sabbath schools or Saturday Sabbath schools, they created their own educational institutions that then were mimicked and copied by the Freedmen's Bureau. One of the key aspects of dismantling the school to prison pipeline, it has to be Black self-determination. It has to be at the forefront. To reestablish a school system that works for African Americans, we must support independent Black schools and school systems, period. And we must draw the lessons from those independents to inform the larger school system supported by Black tax dollars. Reconstruction taught us, and the civil rights movement taught us, that we must never abandon our institutions. And we must continue to radically challenge institutions supported by our tax dollars with innovations created in our institutions. We must reorient African Americans, all other groups, to Black dominance in education. We built our own schools, and in the South, it was the schools created by the AME, the Sabbath schools and the sharecroppers, with pennies to their name, that not only funded their schools, but also spread the notion of free public schools in America. That was completely anemic to that. Du Bois tells us that, right? That free public schools in the South was a Black idea. One of those key issues in terms of that reorientation is the scholarly work of Dr. James Anderson in the text, The Education of Blacks in the South, 1860-1935. There's some alarmingly interesting highlights, which I'll spare you, but I'll definitely add them to my written testimony. But the key thing that really is important is, in order for us to have a future where there isn't a school to prison pipeline for African Americans, we have to reorient our community towards the fact that African Americans, first of all, establish their own school systems, and that those independent school systems can never go away. So this has a lot to do with many of the organizations that you are aware of. Many of you are aware of Fortune Schools. Many of you are aware of ABEN, right? A Black Education Network. These independent entities are continuing to create all kinds of innovations around African American education, and it must be relied on. These institutions must be relied on to give us a key aspect. So we're in this third Reconstruction, so we have to reorient ourselves to the conflict, the fruition of those conflicts, and the backlash that will inevitably come related to Black control of state entities or organizations. But that idea of Black progress cannot be made without a clear sense that there will be mass resistance, even violence, related to African Americans passing public policies that are forward thinking as it relates to them. So when it comes to the pipeline, we must think in terms of this contextual idea of it as an ecosystem, not simply one pipeline, but an ecosystem of pipelines, because the solutions have to be an ecosystem of pipelines, addressing solutions from that ecosystem point of view. We know that the pipeline is a proxy or just another name or another way to describe the effects of slavery and segregation. It describes a deliberate system, the pipeline that is, and policies that create both intended and unintended consequences that ensure a steady supply of Black youth will end up in prison. It directly indicts the public school system as the epicenter of the creation of racialized outcomes regarding to incarceration. All this is true, but because this pipeline is the fruit of slavery and segregation, it cannot be viewed as a pipeline again, but as an ecosystem. And if there is a school to prison pipeline, there are pipelines from institutions of health, justice, and economic development that produce racialized outcomes for African Americans in California. So to interdict the school to prison pipeline, we must go farther upstream to the mouth of the river. For instance, health, where maternal and infant death is higher for African Americans, and to the end of the river, where we leave this earth 20 years before our white counterparts. So one of the high-level contextual recommendations that I would offer is that the school to prison pipeline is part of an ecosystem of pipelines, and that solutions that come out of this panel and also the task force work on the school to prison pipeline should include this ecosystem idea. We have to leverage state entities, another recommendation, and public policy to move to all-out equity frameworks, mimicking the language of amendments to local control funding formula requested by Dr. Shirley Weber. This idea that equity is, some appendage is kind of secondary to how we need to think about it. Equity means the least get more until the least have enough. We must mandate that the framework for health, justice, economic development, and education policy includes community colleges, CSUs, and UCs, but it's really built off of a framework of equity. A couple of other suggestions around this larger school to prison pipeline, again, this ecosystem of pipelines, is that we have to not only recognize, but be clear and label homelessness as a Black issue. The push out is not just focused on African American students alone, and also African American students that suffer homelessness are pushed out more. African American students with disabilities are pushed out more. This is an important issue to deal with. We also need, from my point of view, new Black maps. We've got new redistricting maps that again, are put together by a commission. But the common misnomer is that African Americans have left California. They haven't. They've just gone, particularly in California, from Los Angeles County further east. The reason why that's important is because there are, in fact, non-African American legislators that represent African American communities in many places, in the Inland Empire, in many other places that we can name, that can successfully be our allies. But we have to create a new map so that we can actually see and visualize where Black people are now. Other entities that can help with the school to prison pipeline, First Five and Head Start, all of the work that Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris has done on ACEs and trauma, the funding that is, we're awash in as related to expanded TK. Free community college is definitely a start. But when it comes to community college, there has to be a sense in higher education of expanding the credentialing apparatus. So for instance, just had a meeting a couple of weeks ago with the gentleman from DC who wants community colleges statewide to have a gang interventionist degree program so that we can actually focus on people that are attempting to stop the violence, but also move them towards and to and through a career, their AA, their BA, their master's, their doctorate degree. Now we have to make education and its credentialing focus fit the expertise and the funds of knowledge that Black people bring to the table in many different ways. Also, another suggestion, we have to case manage through wraparound services, tutoring, and mentoring all K-12 Black students. Again, 6.2 million students, Black students are 5.2%, that's only 309,827 students. We should be able to touch every single one of them without any question. The greatest kind of benefit of having a small population is that we can actually provide services for every single Black student. The same is true with the total population of African American students in college, 153,594. The task force, I think, my suggestion is would be to either incentivize or help entities or take it on itself the case managing of all African American students. College and K through 12, less than 500,000. Also, we have to co-locate educational institutions within the Black community. There's a massive movement in New Orleans called Getting to Zero. And the idea is to put the entities of government in those Black communities that don't have it. You all know that a college town is different than a non-college town. And a college town is different because the apparatus of the state is in there, right? And the apparatus of the state works like a beacon for economic empowerment. This is true in the Central Valley. The Central Valley fought for years to get a UC. And when they got it, the brain drain that happened in the Central Valley with the Central Valley students going to UCLA or to San Francisco State stopped. We have a massive brain drain of African American talent that is leaving California. And so we have to work with community college, which are, again, 114 strong, to co-locate inside of Black communities, to create satellite campuses within African American communities. I would also suggest, and I'm sure you all know the work of Dr. Luke Wood. He talks about the 3Ds when it comes to African American students. Black children, he says, are going to be perceived with distrust, disregard, and disdain, the 3D effect. This is something that has to be handled because, again, you can create all the programs and fund them fully, but at the end of the day, if we don't have someone working on the basic presentation, how African American students are perceived, that perception will follow them. So that research from Dr. Wood, philanthropic organizations like the Kellogg Foundation, which is led by LaJune Montgomery, an African American woman who in fact has funded a lot of programs, educational programs in California. I think the task force should reach out to her and make her a partner in the reparations conversation. Because it's not just about the dispensing of dollars, it's about creating not only a foundation, but a culture, right, of reparations where all of these institutions are working. That includes family foundations. The last thing I'll say with a very specific recommendation is for the task force to address the Black teacher shortage. Obviously, the Superintendent of Public Instruction, Mr. Thurman, is working on that, but there's a Black teacher project. I've been working with several folks on that. It's out of the Bay Area, and I'm sure you all know about it. The reason why the Black Teacher Project is so important is because we don't just have a teacher shortage, we have a Black teacher shortage. And here's the key, and what I'll end on. Looking at all of the literature related to why Black teachers are relevant and necessary, we understand, of course, that the mirroring effect is important. But what the research also shows is the mirroring effect doesn't just work for Black students. It actually has been working for white students for hundreds of years. Same race teachers create an effect, right? Not just the mirroring sensibility, but also the sensibility of familial ties. This is more than important because the reason why we know that this mirroring effect works is because it's worked for hundreds of years for white students. So shouldn't it work for African American students? If closing the achievement gap, according to the research, requires equitable school board policies, strong executive leadership, solid school climate, highly resourced teachers and students who are resourced as well, the same is true for promoting Black excellence in education. We have to have all those components. And the main component is absolutely that Black teacher and getting more African Americans to become teachers. Thank you for the opportunity to present.
Thank you so much, Dr. Angela Williams, for your incredible expert testimony. So now we'll go to questions and comments from the task force for either Dr. Williams or Marche, Mao, and Joseph.
Here I go again. So I have actually a question for each. I'll start with our student panel, our community organizing and student panel. I'm really, I want to applaud you, first of all, for what you've presented and the work. Okay. I want to applaud you for the work that you're doing. It is so vitally important. And for that survey that you did. We did a similar one led by South Central Youth Empowered Through Action at COCO. And we did about 4,000 surveys in about a month. And the students designed the surveys, and then my team helped them analyze and summarize the data. I was trying online to find your survey, and I can't figure out where it is, because I would love to see if there's continuity of the issues and problems we saw in our survey with yours. I know that when we released our findings, we started getting emails from folks from around the state saying, we looked at these same issues 25 years ago and nothing has changed based on your data. And we also found that, well, we found a lot of things. So I just want to know, where can I find your survey results?
Great question. So we published originally those survey results on our social media only. So we are also an organization of 3 full-time staff members. So we're pretty small. But that survey data was also included. There have been a number of reports that it's been included in, along with the survey that Coco and I think other BSS youth also participated in under Dr. David Turner. In a report by Amir Whitaker from ACLU SoCal that they just did around campaigns around the state. Because we also, we mentioned the one in Oakland. There have been a number in Pomona and Long Beach, in the Antelope Valley. There have been a number of, especially youth-led, but a number of campaigns around the state pushing to get cops out of schools and to invest in trauma-informed care. So I can't remember the exact name of the report, but I know the results were included in a recent report by Amir Whitaker with ACLU SoCal.
Okay, so would someone from your team be able to email that to us? That
Absolutely.
would be really helpful. Because in some respects, your survey could serve as baseline data for the Reparations Task Force in terms of any recommendations that actually come to fruition. We can then measure whether or not there's been change, looking at some of the findings and using some of the same survey items that you did. But that could be really helpful.
Thank you so much. Definitely can send that over.
And then my question for Dr. Williams, thank you. I'm really tired now. And you may not know the answer to this, Dr. Williams, but thank you for your presentation. I would love to know if you had any thoughts on the local control funding formula and what some people see as its shortcomings, particularly as it relates to Black students.
Dr. Williams? Dr. Williams? Disconnected.
I saw you shaking your head, Williams. Do you have any thoughts on the funding formula?
I'm sorry, could you say
I said,
that?
I saw your head shaking, nodding when I was talking about the local control funding formula. Did you have any thoughts on that?
Lots of thoughts on LCFF, LCAP, CENI and other equitable funding pieces. I mean, ultimately, I think the intention behind, a number of them are great. And until we can really empower students and parents and community members to be in those conversations in real ways, then they're still not really altering how budgets are shaped, right? And really meeting the needs of students and parents and families. So definitely a long conversation, I think, around all those pieces. But to me, I think one of the big pieces is that there has not been enough real, authentic engagement from the folks who need to be in those conversations around budgeting and around how money should be spent to meet our students' needs the most.
If I may add, that was a piece of legislation that I voted on a number of years ago, and I think Dr. Weber was the author of that, or definitely she was one of the joint authors on that piece of legislation. But we are re-examining that because it hasn't met the goals and objectives that we set out for to empower local schools to be able to have the resources to do the type of programs that they want. So I think it's a bill going through the legislature right now, trying to re-examine it and see how we can improve on LCFF, because it has fallen short of the intended goals of what we had, I believe. I don't know, was that 6 years ago when we passed that or whatever? So looking at that, you mentioned earlier about Mr. Bryan's bill. If I may,
No, go ahead.
may add, and I'm just wanting to make sure that you guys are aware of a piece of legislation I'm pushing right now, SB 1273, which deals with the mandatory, eliminating the mandatory reporting to law enforcement, because we've seen African American and Latino kids are reported almost 70% of the time when they have a little outburst or reaction in school versus their white counterparts. So would love to get you guys on board with that and making sure that
we signed on, we endorsed, we sent in our letter. Should have named that earlier. Thank you, Senator Bradford. We really do appreciate your work on that and other pieces. It is absolutely a huge piece of ending the school to prison pipeline and of pushing for truly police-free schools, is to remove the pieces of the education code that currently mandate a police response, right? That dictate, if our children do this or this or this, that we need to have a carceral response. So really appreciate the first push that your bill will hopefully be, and we are in full support, trying to get other folks in LA as well. I know there was a deadline a little while ago that we trying to get folks to meet to get in those letters, but absolutely really appreciate your work on that.
Well, we just got it out of first committee last week, so a lot of work to go, but we'd love you to be on board with it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Can I ask one more really quick? I haven't heard anybody say anything about this from this morning or this afternoon. Not all folks want to go to college, whether that's junior college or four-year college. And one of the things that is an important pathway to careers are the trade schools and getting involved in unions like the Carpenters Union, which right now they're struggling because they've got thousands and thousands and thousands of members and only 1% are Black. And Black folks in construction and the Carpenters Union and plumbing unions, et cetera, are decreasing rapidly. Have you all worked anything in that area at all, and are any recommendations to us around that?
Hugely important. Thank you for naming that. We absolutely agree. Not every student wants to or needs to go to college, and we absolutely have to fund and refund, right? Some of these things used to exist. Some of these certification programs where folks could graduate from college, with a nursing certification or with electrician certification. And those things have been defunded even as we've, again, continued and increased the funding for school police. So I absolutely we see a real deep need for bringing those programs back, bringing teacher programs to schools, right? Teacher training programs so that we can get our kids from our communities on that teacher track and into our schools as educators, right? And again, the other pieces you named around construction, around electrician and other trades are hugely important. One of our partners in LA is the Black Worker Center, which has been basically raising that issue for a long time now, right? And we're seeing this active gentrification going on in LA, and we're seeing all this construction going on, and very, very, very few times will you see any Black people on these construction sites, even when it's in predominantly Black neighborhoods. All the construction going on in Crenshaw, and there are so few Black people involved in any of that construction in our community that is also not affordable to our community, right? And again, these are directly related to the school to prison pipeline, because when you think about kids who have been pushed out of school and who have been pushed out of economic opportunities, who are now not able to keep up in this job market and to stay in LA. You know, it's also directly contributed to the push out of Black folks and their families from LA. So hugely important issue that we really refund and bring back those programs. I think some of the only ones, frankly, that continue to exist in LA are the police academies, which is disgusting, right? That they've defunded the teacher academies and the, you know, training for CNAs and technicians and electricians and plumbers, but they're still, you know, training our kids to be police. So absolutely agree with you around the need to really invest in a career and certifications and you know, school to career and school to success pipeline and not the school to prison pipeline.
And if I can piggyback on that, we do young folks a great misjustice when we talk about college only, because even if they all wanted to go to college, what we fail to tell you is not enough seats for them anyway. You know, if every kid in California wanted to go to college, it wouldn't be enough seats for them. So we do folks a great misjustice by putting them on this track. So I would encourage you also we need to work with our individuals in the trade union, because when you look around, just as you stated, and all the skilled trade, I chaired labor in Senate for 2 years, and I was disappointed every time I went to a labor event, and it was a handful of people that looked like me in the room. And these were electricians who were making $200,000 a year, most of them with no more than a high school diploma, plumbers making 200 grand a year. And I'm saying, where's the Black and brown people? And they would say, oh, they washed out because of drugs. I says, I know more white folks that do drugs than brothers and sisters, and they seem to have these jobs. So we need to work with our, you know, our friends in labor to make sure they do a better job at recruiting and training these folks, because these apprenticeship programs, we're not being accepted in them at the same rate as our non-Black and brown brothers and sisters.
Thank you. I just have a follow-up question. What does reparations look like for the Black students you mentioned who have already been pushed out of the system? And then also just another high level, maybe particularly for Marche, since I think you're a current student, just from your own words, what does reparations look like for Black students?
And for your first question, what does reparations look like for folks who have already been pushed out, for folks who are no longer in schools? I think it looks like a lot of things. There's a lot of work going on right now to transform the probation department, to transform the youth development department in Los Angeles. It looks like some of the job programs we're talking about, looks like some of the investing resources into supports for housing in our community, investing resources. You know, it's not a coincidence that LA has a huge houseless population, and Black folks are severely disproportionately represented in that. And again, many of these folks are the same folks who have been pushed out of schools, pushed into the prison system, and then come out and there's no resources, right? There's no support. So I think there's not one simple answer, I think, in terms of, you know, what would reparations look like. I think it means, you know, number one, it could mean direct cash, right? Giving money, actual resources to folks who have been negatively impacted by the school to prison pipeline, who have been pushed out of educational and economic opportunities by systemic racism, right? Is to literally give them the cash that we barred them from having access to. And then, you know, on the flip side, it also looks potentially like investing in the real resources and supports and opportunities and, you know, career pathways and sustainable homeownership pathways and all these other kinds of things that our kids are so often blocked from when they get pushed out and blocked access to having a quality education.
Okay. I am not a current student anymore. I know, but I just, anyway. Reparations, or what I would envision reparations to look like, is definitely unlimited support for Black and brown students in all ways, whether that be with community gardens or health checks that come, having a safe space that is specifically for Black students to vent and express how they feel about being like outside of their community and how they're being treated inside. I think reparations for Black students also just looks like a place to heal, like joy, a place to just be and express Black joy, Black and brown joy. I feel like so often times, especially as we've been sitting here listening to all of the disadvantages and things that Black and brown people have to go through on a daily basis, it would be more than great if we could have a place that is centered specifically for students, Black students, to express themselves and to be happy.
Just a comment. That was a terrific presentation. Actually, one of the best, I think. Well organized, crisp, compelling. So thank you very much. And I think you're an inspiration to everyone. You as well as older folks like me. So thank you.
Could just shout out your social media again, please.
Our Instagram is at LA_students deserve. Our Twitter is at LA_students_D. At LA_students DSRV for our Twitter. And then our Facebook is LA Students Deserve.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you again, Mr. Trejo, Marche, and Mr. Williams, Ms. Ross, excuse me, and Dr. Williams for your expert testimony. Just give everyone a round of applause. Okay, thank you. So we'll now move on to the next item on our agenda, which is potential action item subpoena update from members Tamaki.
Just to refresh everyone's recollection, the task force authorized members Lisa Holder and myself to work with the Department of Justice Research Center to look into areas to exercise the subpoenas, exercise the task force's subpoena and survey power. And after researching a number of different areas, one of the most susceptible areas we felt was to get and compel the disclosure of data from 58 district attorney offices, as well as courts in 58 counties, with respect to charging statistics, sentencing statistics, conviction diversion, et cetera, in the criminal justice system, with respect to tracking to race. And the issue here is very consistent with the school to prison pipeline, the extent to which Black students, Black young people in particular, are being criminalized at a greater rate for the same offenses than other groups and whites in particular. And so after working with enlisted the ACLU as a consultant to help assist us, and the state public defender, and then working with the research center. The survey was constructed, and that was submitted in a back and forth between the research center and Lisa Holder and myself. And on April 1st, the research center turned around I believe its second or third draft. We produced a counter draft on April 8th. It's now with the research center to revise and update. So we expect that the survey will actually go out, I believe, on around April 22nd is the target date. So we're following the schedule, and we are on track for that. The idea is once the data comes back, and it may come back, some of that where 58 district attorneys, some of them may not be tracking any racial data whatsoever. The question then becomes why? Because without that, without that data tracked by race, literally impossible to determine, racial bias in the system. And the survey was prompted by the 2021 Racial Justice Act, which gives defendants the ability to charge that their sentences or their convictions were the result of racism and bias within the system. Can't, it's a right without a remedy unless we can show from the data that bias is occurring. So this is the first step in, I'll call it the bucket of guarantees of non-repetition and ceasing the harm in terms of what the task force is looking at. So that's the short of it. We're expecting the survey to go out sometime April 22nd, and the task force has already pre-authorized member Lisa Holder to finally approve and instruct the Department of Justice to issue the survey. Is there any questions from members?
Thank you, Member Tamaki and Member Holder, for your work. So we'll now turn to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 11, discussion and potential action item, Department of Justice updates.
Thank you, Chair Moore, and good afternoon to everyone here. First, I just wanted to acknowledge and recognize the fact that we are in person, which is a pleasure. I do want to acknowledge the DOJ team who is here today. If they could all raise their hands in this corner over here. These are all the folks that were behind the Blue Jeans calls for the last year, and I just wanted to recognize their hard work in getting us to this point where we're now able to see our lovely faces in person. Going forward, my update is very brief. I just wanted to remind the task force of two items that were tabled from the last meeting. The first is the universal edits that were proposed to change terms such as racism to casteism and from Black to African American. That item can be taken up tomorrow during your discussion on the report. So there's no need to raise it separately. It can just be incorporated into the discussion. And we do have the slides that we presented last meeting that we'll put up at the point in which you decide to have that discussion. And then in unfinished business tomorrow, should you choose to revisit the issue of witness confirmation, we kind of ended because it was late in the last meeting. So if you choose to revisit that discussion again, that would be the appropriate time to do so. And last, I just wanted to turn the mic over to our parliamentarian, Dorethia Johnson, who wanted to briefly share some information about some procedural motions that kind of were implicated in the last meeting, just so that the task force members have clarity on moving forward.
Thank you. Members of the task force, in the last several meetings, there are a couple of issues that have come up in terms of procedure, and I wanted to make sure that to kind of remind you of some of the facts that we want to take into consideration. Parliamentary rules are in procedure are to ensure, or hopefully to ensure, that things are done in an orderly way, and to make sure that because we are a public agency, the task force is created and has to comply with the Bagley-Keene Act. So in doing so, we want to make sure that we stay within the confines of the parliamentary rules and the Bagley-Keene Act. One of the things that we want to do is make sure that that the task force stays on task, and to ensure that the chair is there to facilitate the meetings. She does not make motions, does not second motions, but she does entertain motions. And oftentimes you'll hear her say, "I'd like to entertain a motion," or "I'm ready to entertain a motion." That's really a cue from her to the task force members, if they so desire, to take up that particular motion or an area in which she is asking for assistance in moving an action forward. the other thing that I wanted to mention is that when you make a motion, some motions require seconds and some don't. One of the motions that requires second that we started off doing, but then it was stopped, and I didn't interrupt because they were always motions that invariably were 100%. But it is correct procedurally when someone calls to end debate, that motion requires a second. So when a person makes the motion of that nature, it has to be seconded. Another point recently raised was a point of order. If there is a belief that any one of the members of the task force is deviating from procedure, any one of the members can raise a point of order. You don't wait until after the action has completed. You do it as soon as you become aware that or believe that there has been some deviation from procedure, from the rules of the day. And in doing that, you can interrupt the speaker and you simply say, I rise to make a point of order. And that is up to the chair to make a decision with respect to that point of order. Now, if you disagree with the chair, you can move to appeal the decision of the chair. And if you were to do that, then that is not debatable. You simply move forward with a decision where that is a motion that is made, and when that is done, it does need a second. If you were to appeal that, it's not debatable, and it takes a simple majority to act with respect to that. I wanted to also reiterate that when a motion is on the floor, you have to take that motion through. Either you amend it, you vote it up or down, or you table it. But you have to move through that motion before you raise another issue. Because what's happening is that in the midst of some of the motion, we've had to remind you, or it just goes through where it looks like it's a question that you're raising as a discussion to the issue before you, but invariably what happens is one of you may say, well, I really want to discuss this, which is a whole different issue. So you mustn't do that. You must complete the action that's before you. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to stop me and ask me if you have a question. One of the concerns that has been raised by some of you is that when you're moving through a motion, you debate or discuss that motion way beyond the length that's been set on the books. Now, because I've heard Madam Chair say on more than one occasion, I'm cognizant of the time, we want to stay on course. But if you go beyond the stated time, you're not going to stay on course in terms of the time. You've already exceeded the time, which is fine if that's the will of everybody. So when that happens, you need to move to extend the time. And you can extend the time for a certain period. I want to extend the time for 10 minutes, for 15 minutes, whatever it is, based on what is going on in the House. If if that issue requires additional time, it's well worth it in your minds, then make the motion to do that. So everyone is acting in accord with regard to that. And it will help you stay on course in terms of what you're doing. If you're tabling an item, as we've done, as I mentioned before, it requires a second, but it's not debatable. And again, to table, it takes simply a majority vote. But when you table it to a time certain, which normally is at unfinished business or at the end of the agenda, however you do that, before you can move to that item, you've got to move it off the table. So you have to make a motion to move the item off the table. And I will, I don't want to disrupt you, but I do want us to be on course in terms of the procedure so that it does not create an issue in the future with regard to the items that are being taken up. Excuse me. When you table a motion or table an item on the agenda to unfinished business, The importance is that when we get to unfinished business, Madam Chair needs to identify in order in which they were tabled, so that you are first, if it's a item that's been moved off the table, then when she gets to that item, she's going to say, in unfinished business, we have the following matters to take up. And then she's going to clearly state what they are. That will prevent items from being missed when you finish. And so that's going to help in the long run, because you cannot, in unfinished business or when you complete the agenda, continue. If meeting's been adjourned, there's nothing else left. Unlike other bodies where you can ask for new business, you cannot do that in this kind of a setting, because in a public setting where you have a public meeting, the point of a meeting that's been agendized for the public is so that they know in advance what is going to take place, and that the body deals with those matters in an orderly way, and they've been noticed so that the public who wants to speak on that item have an opportunity to do so. But if you just start talking about it, they will not have an opportunity to do that. And it's really not part of the agenda, so you haven't noticed the public, so you're basically out of order. Okay. So orders of the day. You're really good. You have members who really help keep you on track, and that is really good. One of the things is that you can interrupt. If you deviate from the agenda, orders of the day, you can interrupt whoever's speaking and say, I move to proceed to the agenda. I'm calling for the orders of the day. And when that happens, the chair simply says, we'll go back to the order of the agenda. That takes you back on track. When that happens, if the body doesn't like it, then they, of course, can always appeal that motion. But if they do that, they're going to have to get a 2/3 vote to override the orders of the day, because those are procedural issues. And what you're doing is simply getting back on track, getting back on the agenda. And that's always good. I can't reiterate enough that when you have an agenda such as the one that we have, you don't have to make a motion to adjourn unless you are calling for adjournment before you complete the agenda. If you complete the agenda as she has done in the past, she simply says, meeting is adjourned, as we've completed the agenda. But before doing that, I would, because there have been times when members, and she's done this before, ask if there's anyone who wants to make a closing comment. And that gives an opportunity to each of you to make a closing comment if you so desire before the agenda is closed. And once that is done, then she says, we've completed the agenda and this meeting is adjourned. And if that's just until to the next meeting tomorrow, then that's fine. Otherwise, it's till the next month, whenever the next session is in place. But that closes the business, and you really should stop talking about matters that you want to discuss and take action on, because you cannot do that. So those are the points that I just wanted to raise. Do you have any questions with regard to any of those matters? Thank you.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson, and thank you, Damon Brown, and thank you to the DOJ for all your hard work leading us to this point. Is there any other last remarks from the task force members? Thank you again, Pastor Brown, for offering up this historic church for our first meeting. Looking forward to coming back here to tomorrow. Did you want to make an announcement about the rally tonight?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I should like to invite everyone to come back for 7 o'clock, at which time the community will gather and we will hear the world celebrated preacher and social justice preacher also. Dr. Frederick Douglass Haynes III, one of the sons of Third Baptist. He will be a wow moment for you. So please come back at 7 o'clock and there will be a wider community attendance. Don't want to miss it.
Great, thank you so much. So at this time, We will recess and see you tomorrow or tonight if you will be at the rally.